A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Since the grisly murder of young Oliver Wilson backstage at the Hamilton Theater just off Broadway in New York, everyone who was present at the time is to be questioned by Sergeant Riley of homicide. Right now, we find Mary Noble in the sergeant's office, sitting across the oak desk from him, as a police secretary waits to take down the conversation.
You understand that I'm making no charges at the present, Mrs. Noble. I only want to ask a few questions.
Yes, Sergeant Riley, of course. I'll be glad to answer anything I can.
Good. Now, it was you who discovered the body of this young man hanging in the wing.
Yes, it was.
You were alone at the time.
I was.
How do you explain that?
I'm afraid I can't, Sergeant Riley.
Huh. Can you give me an idea of where the others might have been at the time?
No, not very well.
All right. Well, let me go over that list again. Let's see. There's 6, 7, yeah. You, Mr. Noble, Miss Claudia Vincent, Mr. Rupert Barlow, Mr. Bryson. Let me see now. Mr. Bryson.
Oh, that's Tom Bryson. He's a famous playwright and a friend of our family.
He's not, however, the author of the show now playing at the Hamilton Theater, is he?
No, he isn't, Sergeant Riley. But my husband Larry has starred in a good many of Tom Bryson's plays on Broadway.
Well, that doesn't explain, at least to me, Mrs. Noble, how he happened to be among those present on the night of the murder.
Well, he was my guest. I gave a theater party for some of our friends. Because Claudia Vincent was opening last night in the lead opposite Larry.
Yeah. You know, that's a point that's got to be cleared up. I find it rather odd that you should be giving such a party, Mrs. Noble.
Why? I don't understand, Sergeant Riley.
Well, we'll come back to that later. Meantime, let me get the rest of the people who were there.
Well, of course, there's Miss Dixon, Julia Dixon.
Oh, yeah, Miss Dixon. You might tell me something about her. Been unable to question her yet, owing to her nervous condition.
Julia Dixon has been Mr. Barlow's secretary for more than 10 years. She lives in a charming cottage on the Barlow estate on Long Island. She practically runs the place. She's always struck me as a very capable person.
Seems that she's responsible for the late Mr. Wilson's presence in this country.
Yes. She met him in Bermuda some months ago while she was visiting there. They became friends, and she invited him to visit at Mr. Barlow's estate.
Well, wouldn't that strike you as rather strange, Mrs. Noble? What I mean is, isn't it taking something on herself, a secretary inviting guests to visit in their employer's home?
Why, I don't know about that, Sergeant Riley. Miss Dixon is far more than just an employee. She's, she and Mr. Barlow are...
Yeah? Go on. Hey.
Well, I don't know just how to explain it, but Miss Dixon is very close to Mr. Barlow. She's managed all his social activities for years. And she's in the habit of acting as his hostess when he entertains at his Oyster Bay estate.
I see. On the other hand, I believe Mr. Barlow didn't approve of this young guest, isn't that right?
No, I don't suppose he did.
Suppose, Mrs. Noble? Don't you know? Didn't he ever say so?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. He had the idea that Mr. Wilson was an opportunist. He didn't believe that Miss Dixon should be taken in by him.
And he was inclined to be vehement on the subject. That's what I understand.
I don't know about that.
Well, Mrs. Noble, do you happen to know if at any time Mr. Barlow tried to force this unwelcome visitor to leave?
He wanted him to go, Sergeant Riley.
No, that's not the same thing, Mrs. Noble. Did he at any time insist that Miss Dixon must ask him to go?
I believe he tried to.
And with what result?
She refused.
She refused. And yet she was and still is, I assume, employed by Mr. Barlow. Now, what if he had insisted? Now, what then?
I wish you'd ask her these questions, Sergeant Riley, or even Mr. Barlow. Surely they can fill you in with greater accuracy than I can.
Well, Mrs. Noble, please allow me to proceed my own way. I must insist upon your full cooperation. Now, just try to answer my questions as completely as you can without evasions or omissions, eh?
I'll try.
All right. Now, if Mr. Barlow had insisted upon having Mr. Wilson leave, what would Miss Dixon have done about it?
She could have given up her position. She could have resigned.
And that's what she threatened to do, isn't it? Didn't she say she would leave with Mr. Wilson? Didn't she plan to go away with him to marry him, perhaps?
I think so.
And she didn't know that Mr. Wilson was playing court to Miss Vincent at the same time, did she?
No, I'm sure she had no idea.
She didn't know it until last night when she found he was murdered.
That's right. When he didn't appear at Mr. Barlow's dinner party, Miss Dixon was very upset.
She created quite a scene in the fashionable restaurant, is that right?
Yes, she was very unstrung, Sergeant Riley.
And still she wasn't aware of Mr. Wilson's marriage to Miss Claudia Vincent.
No, I'm sure of that. She didn't find out about that until later last night. Until after the performance at the theater.
But she did learn of it before the man was found dead.
Yes.
You're certain of that, Mrs. Noble?
Yes, I'm certain.
Good. You see, Mrs. Noble, this Julia Dixon had a very strong motive for murder. She's a woman scorned, and let me tell you that from experience, that's a deadly danger.
But I have no reason to believe she killed him, Sergeant Riley. I hope you don't think because of what I've told you that I'm trying to suggest Julia Dixon is the murderer.
No, perhaps not. Perhaps you have some other person who appears more likely.
I don't understand.
Now, come now, Mrs. Noble. Among all the people there that night, including your other family friend, Miss Maud Marlowe, and even this man, Victor, Mr. Barlow's servant, who appears to have been skulking about suspiciously, just who seems to you the most likely person to have committed this crime?
I couldn't possibly say, Sergeant Riley.
No. You wouldn't, for instance, like to have me suggest Miss Claudia Vincent?
Why? I haven't tried to put the blame on her.
But you'd prefer it if I did. Now, wouldn't you?
Why should I?
A very simple reason, Mrs. Noble. Because you knew your husband was deeply infatuated with her. Because you've been beside yourself with jealousy and worry ever since this relationship began.
No, please, Sergeant.
Now, you hated this growing attachment, but you felt powerless to break it up. And you realized that your husband was infatuated to the point of madness with this woman.
No, I don't believe that.
To the point that he was ready to sacrifice this play in which he was the star, perhaps his entire career, to win her favor. And when he learned that she had run away only that night before, and married this young Wilson, why, he lost his head completely and killed the man by stringing him up in the wing.
No, I know he didn't do it. Not Larry.
Yeah. Well, you see. So you would rather have suspicions fall on Miss Vincent.
Sergeant Riley, I don't know who killed him. But I'm sure it wasn't Larry.
I want you to think about it carefully. Every detail, no matter how trivial it may seem to you. Because I'm depending on you, Mrs. Noble, to give me a good accounting of everyone present. If you can substantiate your belief that your husband's not guilty, okay, well and good. But you'll have to give me excellent reasons to change my present strong inclination to couple your husband with this murder.
But that's not fair. You told me when I first came in here that you weren't making any charges. You said you didn't know who killed Oliver Wilson.
I still don't know, Mrs. Noble. But I have a strong suspicion, and everything I learned serves to confirm it, and that's why I'm asking you here now to think it over carefully and bring me any shred of evidence that may serve to divert suspicion from your husband. That'll be all for now.
But you can't expect me to do that. You can't expect me to try to involve these people, most of whom are my dear friends.
Would you prefer to have me continue to believe that your husband's a guilty person?
No, but don't you see it's impossible?
Think about it, Mrs. Noble. That's all I ask. Think about it. Well, if you please, I've got to see some other people. You step outside. Ran, open the door for Mrs. Noble.
You won't do anything. I mean, you'll give everyone a chance, Sergeant Riley.
I'll do my utmost to arrive at the truth. Bye, Mrs. Noble.
Goodbye.
Harry, what the devil did he talk about so long? Going out of my mind waiting out here.
Larry, you must be careful. You must be terribly careful.
What are you talking about, Mary? What in heaven's name did he say to you to make you so shaky?
I'm scared, Larry. You don't know how awful it's going to be. You've got to help me, darling. Help me find out who killed Oliver Wilson. No matter who it was, Larry, you've got to help me find out the truth.
Why the devil is it up to me? Let Sergeant Riley do his own digging.
We can't, Larry. You don't understand. He thinks you killed him.
Larry's face pales at these words. Mary looks at him with terror and concern. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Yes, it's time once again for Eve Arden in another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, the football fever is sweeping through our schools once more, and Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, is no exception.
No, indeed. Most of the kids at Madison eat, sleep, and talk nothing but football. Of course, it doesn't affect me one way or another. When I start my class in the morning, I simply bark the signal for order, call my monitors into a huddle, and with a single wing to the right, do a reverse line buck through the second act of Macbeth. Last Wednesday, when Walter Denton, one of my pupils, joined my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and me at breakfast, I chided him about not doing his homework properly. His reaction was instantaneous.
I don't see how you can say that, Miss Brooks. Why, ever since the fall term started, I've been doing my football religiously.
Take breath.
Now, are you quite sure, Walter, that those little coffee cakes and some milk will be enough for you?
No, ma'am.
That's all I've got in the house.
Oh, then it'll be enough.
This boy's a realist.
I wish I had something else to offer you. A growing boy should eat a big breakfast, especially an athlete like Walter.
Athlete?
Yeah, I told Mrs. Davis about it before you came into breakfast, Miss Brooks. I'm going out for the team this year. I've just got to get my letter.
You? But, Walter, you don't seem to have too much aptitude for athletics.
Who hasn't? Well, the only reason I didn't make the football team last year was because I hurt my arm trying out for the baseball team.
Did you make the baseball team, dear?
Oh, no, Mrs. Davis, but only because I hurt my foot trying to get my M in track. And I'd have made that, too, if my ribs weren't so sore from water polo.
Well, that's one thing about Walter. If he doesn't get his M from Madison, he'll get it from the Mayo Brothers Clinic. But maybe you'll be luckier this season, Walter. Now, as soon as you finish moistening your fingers and picking cake crumbs off the tablecloth, we can get started for school.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Gee, if I do make the team, I'll be playing alongside my pal Stretch Snodgrass. He's one of the best athletes Madison ever had, you know.
Really?
Sure. He's a three-letter man.
He's a three-letter man in my English class, too. After A, B, and C, he's a goner.
Well, we're almost there, Miss Brooks. We'll park down by the athletic field if you don't mind. Stretch might be working out early this morning.
All right, Walter. You're certainly fond of the kid, aren't you?
Yeah, he's my buddy, Miss Brooks. And I want you to know that we're sure grateful to you for keeping him eligible this year. Gosh, if you didn't help him with his studies after school, I don't know what would happen.
I do.
Well, here's the football field. I'll just roll up these windows and lock the door.
Well, you've got the ball. Why aren't you running with it?
Gee, it came right through the window. Are you all right, Miss Brooks?
If I am, I owe it all to my shatterproof skin.
Yeah, sorry, folks. I don't usually kick them that crooked.
Oh, that's okay, Stretch.
Gosh, look at all that glass. Lucky the laces weren't cut. That football is school property.
Well, I'm school property, too. Let's take a look at my laces.
Well, I'm sure glad you're okay, Miss Brooks. Well, the reason I'm working out this early is because they're remodeling my room at home, and I had to sleep on our drafty back porch, and I got a bad king in my leg.
You got a king in your leg?
Yeah, you know, like when you pull a ligament.
Yeah, those ligaments can sure cause a lot of trouble.
Why are they remodeling your room, Stretch?
Well, you know, our living quarters are behind my father's pet shop.
Yeah?
And Dad got a big shipment of marmosets in the other day, and he needs more space. But it's only temporary. It'll take a few weeks to switch the bedrooms around, then I'll be back indoors again.
Yeah, but meantime, you can get a bad draft and pull another ligament.
Or even bruise a tendon.
No kidding, Stretch. You got to find another place to sleep.
Walter's right, Stretch. Wait a minute. Haven't you got an aunt who lives alone?
You mean the one you met at the movies the other night?
Yes. She seemed inordinately fond of you.
Oh, that's just the way she acts. She really likes me. But she lives way out on Clark Street. That's halfway to Clay City.
Well, look, if you're worried about getting to school in the morning, Stretch, I'll be happy to pick you up and drive you in. After all, if we're going to be on a football team together, we'll be practicing a lot in the mornings.
Gee, that's awful nice of you, Walter. I'll call Aunt Minnie before school this morning. I'm sure she won't mind, and then I'll have my dad move my things out there in our truck.
Oh, great.
Maybe the marmosets would carry them over for you.
Well, I'm sure glad you got the idea for me to move, Miss Brooks. That porch is pretty drafty. Well, I'm going to practice a little while longer. Well, how about you, Walter? Want to work out?
Oh, sure, Stretch. How about you, Miss Brooks? Want to watch?
No, thanks, Walter. I'd better get into school. Mr. Conklin wants to see me before my first class.
Well, okay, but you don't know what you're missing. Old Stretch here sure has an educated toe.
Good. Let's hope it may one day spread to his brain.
Miss Brooks, I've summoned you here to my office to commend you for the splendid work you're doing with Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But you've got to keep that boy eligible for football. If Madison's team doesn't make a presentable showing this season, I'll never hear the end of it from Jason Brill.
Clay City's principal?
The same. He's the bane of my existence, Miss Brooks. We've been rivals a good many years.
Oh, even before you were principals of rival schools?
Before we were teachers. Even in state normal, I found him abnormal. He'll go to any lengths to defeat and embarrass me. Now, Brill phoned me last night and said he'd be dropping in to see me this morning. He said he'd have a juicy bit of news for me. Well, if he thinks he's got juicy news for me, I've got still juicier news for him. Do you know what it is, Miss Brooks?
You're opening an orangeade stand.
Please. I just learned that Biff Mooney, one of the greatest college football players, is interested in a high school coaching job in this part of the country. I've already opened negotiations for his services by mail, and it's a foregone conclusion that he'll accept my offer. I can't wait until I see the expression on Brill's face when I tell him about it.
In some states, that laugh would be banned.
Come in.
Well, good morning, Osgood.
Good morning to you, Jason. I have a juicy bit of news for you this morning.
Well, I have a juicy bit of news for you, too, Osgood. Oh, pardon me. How are you, Miss Brooks?
Juicy, thanks.
Yeah, Osgood, I've just signed Biff Mooney to coach the Clay City football team this season.
Well, isn't that nice? Now I'll just tell you what I've got up my...
Biff Mooney!
Remember that expression you were waiting to see on Mr. Brill's face?
Yes?
You're wearing it.
Now, see here, Brill. In the first place, I don't believe a man like Mooney would be knucklehead enough to sign with your outfit. But even if he has, a good coach can't make a team without material.
Material? Why, last season our backs went through your line like it was damp cheesecloth.
Well, it's not going to be that way this season, Mr. Brill.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Tell him.
This season, it's going to be dry cheesecloth. We've got some great players on the squad. Players like Stretch Snodgrass.
Stretch Snodgrass? Who's he?
That's him.
What was that?
Pardon me, Osgood. Is that a football in your lap, or have you gone off your diet?
I've told those kids 1,000 times to go... Come in.
Well, I'm awful sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I'm afraid I kicked my football in here.
I'm afraid you did, Stretch. But I don't understand why. I thought I told you to confine your practicing to the other end of the field.
But I did, Mr. Conklin. That's where I kicked it from.
Well, there's absolutely no excuse in the world for... Nice kick, boy!
You mean to tell me that ball was propelled here by that boy's foot?
It wasn't flown here by one of his Blue Jay cornplasters.
That, Mr. Brill, is our Stretch Snodgrass, one of the greatest triple threat quarterbacks in the country. Stretch, this is Mr. Brill, principal of Clay City High.
Hi, sir.
Hello, son. Tell me, where did you learn to kick like that?
Oh, it's just natural with me, I guess. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss football no more this morning. I just got some bad news about my pal, Walter Denton. He's been cut off the football squad.
Why, Stretch?
Because he was the 29th man on it, and we only got 28 uniforms.
Well, it would be a little embarrassing if he was sent in as a substitute.
I don't see how a spindly pippet like Denton could go out for the team in the first place. He couldn't carry a football in a wheelbarrow.
Please, Mr. Conklin, you're talking about my pal. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me. Gosh, when he heard I was moving out to my aunt's place on Clark Street, he even offered to pick me up every morning.
Did you say you were moving to Clark Street?
Yes, sir. It's way out in the 3900 block.
Yeah, but that's halfway to Clay City. Why, you're in a district that... Why don't we have lunch together this afternoon, boys? Stay in the school cafeteria? About 12? Just the two of us?
From the picture, you were meant for me?
Now, see here, Brill.
Tell me, boy, do you kick them that far often?
Well, without I should do any boasting, I almost never done no kicking which the ball don't travel over 70, 80 yards hardly.
Amazing. And how do you pass?
In English, by the skin of his teeth.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment, but first, here is Vern Smith. Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay. Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care. The group using Colgate Dental Cream as directed, using Colgates exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results. Modern research indicates decay is caused by mouth acids which are at their worst after meals or snacks. When you brush your teeth with Colgates right after eating, you help remove acids before they can harm enamel. Yes, Colgate contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. And remember, Colgate cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Always use Colgate Dental Cream right after eating to help prevent new cavities. Help stop tooth decay before it starts.
All during my morning classes, I worried about Jason Brill having lunch with Madison's star quarterback. When I communicated my fears to Mr. Conklin, he said,
Miss Brooks, we've got to find out what that blackguard is up to at all costs.
So when lunch period finally rolled around, I followed the blackguard into the school restaurant and borrowed an apron from one of the girls behind the steam table.
Come over here to this corner table, Stretch. We won't be disturbed here.
Okay, Mr. Brill.
Now, sit down, my boy. Now then, there's something I must talk to you about in strictest confidence.
In strictest confidence?
It concerns your football career.
Who gets the lima beans?
Miss Brooks. I thought this was a self-service cafeteria.
Oh, it is, Mr. Brill, except when we have a distinguished visitor like yourself. Then I like to see that he's well taken care of. I brought you each the blue plate.
Just what I wanted. Succotash and lima beans. Thanks, Miss Brooks.
You're perfectly welcome, Stretch. Now, please continue with your confidential conversation, gentlemen.
You were saying, Mr. Brill, that you wanted...
Yeah, I wanted to tell you what a lovely day it is. Sun shining, not a bit humid, although cumulus clouds do seem to be gathering in the east. In fact, it looks like we might be in for a bit of a blow.
If this is going to be a weather report, I might as well blow, too. I'll go get some dessert for you.
Do that.
Now then, Stretch, I'll come right to the point. In your present address on Clark Street, you're eligible to enter Clay City High, and that's what I want you to do. Transfer immediately.
Transfer? From Madison?
Exactly. You said yourself that your pal Walter Denton couldn't get on your football team because there's no uniform for him. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but...
Well, every American boy should have the right to play football. Shouldn't he? Of course he should. Now, with you off the Madison team, there'd be another uniform available for Walter.
Oh, I never thought of it like that.
Well, think of it.
Gee, on account of me, Walter won't get to play at all. He'll never get his letter in. Gosh, fine pal I am.
Yes, I don't know why he even talks to you. Now, Stretch, I've got to get back to Clay City High at once, but I've arranged for our new coach, Biff Mooney, to meet you outside your main gate after school.
Biff Mooney? Is he your new coach?
Yeah, of course. Now, Biff will accompany you to your parents, Stretch, and get their consent to the transfer. It's just a formality, you understand.
Yes, sir. I guess if it's going to help Walter, I'll have to do it. But I hate to think of what Mr. Conklin will say when he hears about this.
Don't forget about Mr. Conklin. We know that what we're doing is right. It's for our pal's happiness. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid of Mr. Conklin.
Then I'll go right down and ask him for the transfer.
You wait, boy. Wait till I get out of the building.
So you see, Mr. Conklin, every time I got near the table, they were talking about the weather.
Well, perhaps our fears were exaggerated, Miss Brooks. Granted, Brill might try to get away with something. Oh, come in. Well, it's Stretch Snodgrass. Come right in, my boy. Sit down. Here, take my chair. Sit by the window. Shall I open it for you? Do you want the fan on?
Hot towel, pedicure.
Mr. Conklin, you don't know what I'm here for.
If you're worried about that window you broke this morning, forget it. What a kick that was.
Thanks, but you still don't know what I want, Mr. Conklin.
Name it and it's yours. What is it you want, my boy?
I want to transfer to Clay City High.
Certainly. I'll just sit down at my desk, get a pen, and fill out the necessary... transfer to Clay City High!
Cotton, gauze, penicillin.
That's pirate! What poppycock did Brill feed you at lunch, Stretch?
Well, he didn't feed me no poppycock.
It was succotash.
But he can't get away with it this time. No matter what he told you, you can't transfer to Clay City. You don't live in their district.
Oh, I do now.
What?
Well, I used to, but I do now. You see, sir, I've moved in with my aunt, and she lives right near Clay City.
Moved in with your aunt? And whose bright idea was that?
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to lie down somewhere.
Miss Brooks!
In front of a streetcar, I think. Oh, let me explain, Mr. Conklin. Stretch was sleeping in the draft, and I thought it would be so much...
That's your trouble, Miss Brooks. You think too much. Stretch, know about this transfer yet?
No, sir. They just know I'm going to live with Aunt Mamie. But I'm meeting Biff Mooney after school, and he's going to ask them for their permission.
Stretch, let me ask you a question. In all the years you've been here, Mr. Conklin has always treated you fairly, hasn't he? I'll rephrase the question. In fact, I'll forget it. Just promise me that you'll drop into my classroom after school today.
Sure, Miss Brooks. That is, if somebody will tell Biff Mooney to wait for me.
We'll take care of Biff, Stretch. Now, remember, I want you to come to my classroom immediately after school.
Okay, Miss Brooks. See you later.
Right, Stretch.
Bye, Mr. Conklin.
Not goodbye, Stretch.
Just
aloha. Well, Miss Brooks, it was you who got us into this situation.
And I'll get us out of it. And I think I can, Mr. Conklin. I think I've got a plan.
A plan?
Supposing, instead of being taken to Stretch's house, Biff Mooney were taken to my house.
I don't understand. Stretch wouldn't take him to your house.
No, the real Stretch wouldn't. And Stretch's real parents won't be there either. But Biff Mooney doesn't know Stretch from a hole in the ground, does he?
Come in. Oh, it's Walter Denton.
I was just looking for Harriet, and I
Mr. Conklin, shake hands with a hole in the ground.
I just can't believe that you're Stretch Snodgrass.
Oh, sure I am, Mr. Mooney. Who did you think was?
Well, you just don't sound like Mr. Brill said you would. The way he described it, you talked, well, differently.
What's the way I talk got anything to do with? Gee, I ain't never said nothing to get insulted for it by nobody, hardly.
I take it all back.
Well, this is the house, Mr. Mooney. Come on in. My old lady always leaves the door open for me.
All right, Stretch.
Oh, there's my dear old Mom in the rocker. Mom, I want you should meet Biff Mooney.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Snodgrass.
Likewise, I'm sure, Mr. Mooney.
If you'll pardon my saying so, ma'am, you seem hardly old enough to be the mother of such a big boy.
Ain't it the truth? Now, what can we do for you, Coach?
Coach? Well, how did you know I was a football coach?
Well, it's a cinch you don't crochet no doilies for a living. What a built on him.
He wants me to transfer from Madison to Clay City High, Ma.
Oh, now that's a serious step.
I know it is, Mrs. Snodgrass. You see, it's for the boys' own good, and that's why I'm here today, to get you to acquiesce.
Stretch, this guy's getting fresh. Turn him out.
Don't you see, ma'am, we just want your sanction.
My what?
You're okay.
You're okay, too, but what do you want?
We want Stretch to transfer to Clay City High.
Well, I don't know. This here Madison learns him pretty good. I think we'll keep him where he's at.
Oh, please, Mrs. Snodgrass, now don't be hasty. Maybe we should discuss this with Mr. Snodgrass as well.
Oh, sure. Pop's right in the next room. I'll call him. Come on in here, Pop!
Meet the little man, Mr. Mooney.
Oh, I'm delighted to know you, Mr. Snodgrass.
Yous are too kind.
We'd like to get your permission for Stretch to transfer to Clay City High, Mr. Snodgrass. Oh, it's a wonderful school.
Nothing doing. Transfers is for streetcars. No, our boy wouldn't be happy in no Clay City High. That there school just don't offer no advantages, no how.
It don't offer nothing, no how.
Well, I don't see how you folks can talk like this.
Believe me, it ain't easy. I gotta go get supper ready, Pa. You get rid of, say goodbye to Mr. Mooney for me whenever he leaves. Like, right away, I hope.
Okay, Ma. See you later.
Well, I guess that's the story, Mr. Mooney.
No, now, wait, Stretch. Mr. Snodgrass, if you let me tell you something about Clay City...
Nothing doing. I ain't taking any chances with my only child's happiness. I love this boy.
Papa, dear.
Get out of here and help your ma in the kitchen. You see, Mr. Mooney...
I love you too, Papa.
I know. Now, Mr. Mooney, if you... Stretch, what are you hanging around for?
Kiss me, Papa.
Get out of here! He's such an affectionate little jerk. A youngster. We've always been quite close.
Hey, excuse me, Daddy, but I saw your car outside and the door was open, so
My daughter, Harriet. Harriet, go away, child.
But, Daddy...
Just a minute. I thought you said that Stretch was your only child.
Stretch?
Your brother, Harriet. Now go on out into the kitchen. Your mother will explain the whole thing to you.
Oh, is Mother here?
Stop the question. Just go in and see it.
Supper's on the table, Pa.
Well, if it isn't...
Yay! Oh, Harriet, how nice to see you. Why don't you go home to your mother?
Her mother?
She did come home to her mother. Ma!
But I don't understand.
I guess it's time we told you, Harriet. I am your mother. Your father and me, we've been secretly married for 16 years.
But I'm almost 17.
I'm over 17. I was hoping you wouldn't notice it.
What is this all about? Mrs. Snodgrass, I demand to know the truth.
Mrs. Snodgrass?
You might as well know the whole story, Harriet. As a poor but honest immigrant, I entered this country illegally. Your mother and I started out from the old country together.
But I, your mother, couldn't make it. They shot me at the border. Of course, years later, I was smuggled into the country.
With a group of Oriental laborers.
Oriental laborers?
Don't look down your nose at me, girl. I helped build Boulder Dam.
Here, Mrs. Snodgrass.
Mrs. Snodgrass? Miss Brooks ain't Mrs. Snodgrass. My mother's Mrs. Snodgrass.
Go away, boy. We're busy.
But, Mr. Conklin, I waited in Miss Brooks' classroom like she said.
Mr. Conklin? Miss Brooks? Hey, what is all this, and who are you?
Well, I'm Stretch Snodgrass.
Stretch Snodgrass?
Oh, did you call me Biff?
Biff. Are you Biff Mooney?
Well, I was when I came in here, but right now I was...
Oh, it was absurd to think that this ridiculous scheme would work. This is the real Stretch Snodgrass, Mr. Mooney. If he wants a transfer, I guess there's nothing we can do to stop him.
And after all that iodine I used at the border.
But I won't need no transfer now, Mr. Conklin. That's what I come over to tell Miss Brooks. I talked to the manager of the football team just now, and he said they're getting another uniform, so Waller can be on the team, too.
Oh, boy, that's great, Stretch. Hey, instead of living with your aunt, you can move in with me.
You can move in with me.
You can move in with... You can sleep in the gym.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after the smoke had cleared away, and also Walter, Stretch, and Harriet, Mr. Conklin and I took a very bewildered Biff Mooney by the arms and pointed him toward the nearest streetcar.
And now, Mr. Mooney, you may return to your unscrupulous employer and tell him that once again he has been soundly defeated by superior brain power.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Conklin, I did get a contract from Mr. Brill, but if he's going to get me into things like this all the time, I've got a good mind not to sign it. Well, if you'll excuse me now...
Hold on there, boy. You say you haven't signed your coaching contract with Clay City?
That's right, sir.
Well. Mr. Mooney, why don't we have dinner together at my place? There's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Why, I guess that could be arranged.
Fine. We'll have dinner at 8. Care to join us, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks. I'm going to Clay City tonight to see the fireworks.
Fireworks?
Unless I've miscalculated, if you and Biff are having dinner at 8, Mr. Brill should be blowing his top at 9.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Frank Nelson, and Leif Erikson.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways, and whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, tell me, Red, is Mr. Raleigh still living at your house?
Yes, he's still with me.
Why don't you drop a hint? Maybe he'll go home.
Well, I do. Every time I run up to him, I say, well, so long.
Well, what does he do?
He just stands there and says, well, hurry up back.
Well, does he like California?
Oh, yeah, especially at this time of the year. So beautiful out here. The smudge pots are in bloom. The stockbrokers are sunning themselves on the curb, you know. Hey, do you ever play the stock markets, Rod? I know a broker will give you racetrack odds.
Well, no, I'm afraid of the market after that sudden little drop last week.
Little drop? Some of those stocks went right off of the financial page over to the one ad section.
Well, do you speculate, Red?
No, I spend all my extra money on an invention I've been working on. It's synthetic gasoline made out of Mexican jumping beans.
Gasoline made from Mexican jumping beans?
Yeah. Everybody turn a page now. Yes, it'll save a lot of lives, you know. When pedestrians run in front of the car will hop right over them. Of course, if it's somebody you don't like, the car knocks them down and jumps up and down.
Well, say, that should make a lot of money.
Well, I hope not. I've been all week, you know, trying to get my income tax in order before the 15th. They have forms to fill. Oh, the silliest thing. You got a new one now, though. Mm-hmm. Only 3 questions to answer. How much did you earn, how much you got left, and how come?
Well, you know, I think that everyone should pay their income tax with a smile.
I tried that, but they want money, it seems. I don't mind paying taxes, but the silly questions you have to answer, they have one form called the estimate tax, see? You're supposed to guess how much you're going to make the following years. I made it out and sent it in and signed my name to it, though.
Well, how come?
I figure I got to guess what I got to make. Let them guess who sent it in. I'm proud of that.
And I'd be mighty proud to tell our listeners something of importance.
Well, go right ahead, Rod.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have just proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is actually safer to smoke. See if you don't agree. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleighs. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobacco, that milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now lovely Anita Ellis will sing, Don't You Remember Me?
Don't you recall the heart that you set aglow? I was the girl who shared those wonderful nights with you. Don't you remember me and the dreams we knew? Did you forget that kiss, my first real thrill? I still remember this, and I always will. My darling, you were the one who said you were mine and vowed you'd always be. Sweetheart, don't you remember me? My darling, you were the one who said you were mine and vowed you'd always be. Sweetheart, don't you
Tonight, the opening story in the Skelton scrapbook of satire is entitled The Neighborhood Theater. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they ain't living very well, are they? Chapter 95 is entitled Standing Room Only. This is the story of J. Newton Numbskull and his girl and the trouble they have. Try to see a movie. We better walk a little faster or the price will change. Hey, what picture are we going to go see tonight?
It's a triple bill. Son of Dracula, Frankenstein's mother, and Brother of the Ghoul.
That's what I like, them family pictures.
Newton, why don't you and I get married?
Oh, we will someday. We're bound to meet the right people, you know.
Oh, Newton, I mean us. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be married? I wonder what our children would look like.
Babies, I hope. I hope this picture's good.
Shall I give you the money for my ticket?
Now, just a minute. That's a little insulting. Didn't I pay the last time?
Well, all right. I'll pay now, but when we're married, you pay.
Mm-hmm. It's talk like that's going to keep you single, kiddo. Oh, brother, look at that Garson and Gable picture lineup there. Look at the lineup.
Well, do you think we'll have to wait very long?
Oh, no. We can almost see the theater from here.
Oh, my feet are killing me. I hope this line starts moving soon.
Yeah, I'll shove a little. Maybe that'll help, huh?
Stop shoving, pinhead!
Almost blew a fuse, didn't you?
Newton, she's getting mad.
I don't care. I'm tired of standing. I refuse to stand in line any longer. Move up.
Oh, yeah?
Newton, get out of the gutter.
I told you I wasn't going to stand in line any longer.
Come on, Newton. We're next at the box office.
Yeah.
2, please.
Do you want loges, or are you here to see the picture?
2 general admission, please.
Yeah. The first time I ever saw milk tickets out of a machine. Shall I hold the tickets, dear?
No, let me give them to the doorman. He has the nicest smile.
He's not smiling. His collar's choking him to death. Here are the tickets. She's with me.
The only seats are in the balcony.
Oh, let's run upstairs and before somebody gets them. Come on. standing on my garter.
Oh, let's hurry, Newton.
Yeah, okay. Oh, boy. It's dark in here, isn't it?
Quiet, quiet. The picture's on.
Yeah, let's stand here and watch the picture for a couple of seconds, huh?
John, don't just stand there. Say something, John.
John's shooting off his mouth tonight.
What's that noise?
Well, either people are telling us to shut up or the steam's coming up.
Oh, Newton, there are 2 seats.
Oh, hurry, we'll grab them. Hurry, grab the
hurry,
seat.
Newton. That woman is going to take one of the seats.
Oh, yeah, I'll beat her to him. No, you don't. I got here first.
Okay, Bub, but I got here first. Now scram.
All right, but you're sitting on my hat.
So what?
My head's still in it.
Newton, come on.
Yeah.
Yes, move on.
Now, don't get tough about it. Windy old bird, ain't you?
If you don't sit somewhere, I'm going to throw you over the balcony.
Oh, no, you won't.
Okay, you asked for
Here,
it.
now put me down.
Oh, are you all right?
Yeah, you insult her now. There's another seat down here. Chapter 96 is entitled Gate Crashers. Usherettes sometimes have trouble with their boyfriends who think they should get in the theater for nothing. Such is the case of Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, here I am. Boy, listen to that verse, will you? Either my voice is a little off today or I'm having trouble with my ears. Well, here's the Happy Hour Theater. I wonder what's playing this week. Red Skelton and Bob Hope in The Life of Jack Kirkwood.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, do howdy doody to you, too. Do you look pretty today?
Oh, do you really think so, Clem?
No, but I thought you might like to hear it, you know.
Huh? How do you like my new usher uniform?
Well, it does something to bring out your personality, it does.
Well, what do I look like?
Have a peanut? That's too fast for us. He didn't get it. Neither did I, truthfully.
Well, I don't think you look so hot either. You're wearing your shirt and your pants backwards.
Yeah, I got out of the wrong side of bed this morning, you know.
Oh, Clem, you're a moron.
And I'm thinking of incorporating myself, too.
Well, say, are you coming to the show today?
Well, you going to let me sneak in?
Nope, you're not sneaking into the show anymore.
Well, in that case, you and I are through. T-H-R-E-B, through. Yeah, I never want to see you again. So you'll do me a favor by staying out of your kitchen while I'm eating from now on.
Oh, here comes the manager.
Well, howdy, Sarah Dew.
How are you, Mr. Wiseman?
Howdy, I'm Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, don't worry. There must be a cure for it.
Yeah, I'm one of your regular customers here.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
I always see you coming out, but I never see you going in. I wonder why that is.
Well, I'm getting good at it, I guess. Picture ain't good today?
Well, we have an interesting short subject about the Arctic, about how the Eskimos use fish for money.
Fish for money. Boy, I'd love to see one of those boys trying to put an oyster in a jute box. Say, what's the admission price today, huh?
Well, it's only 15 cents.
Oh.
You know, Clem, even at that price, some guy's been sneaking into my theater every day.
Really?
Have you ever seen anybody do that?
Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Of course, it's hard to see anything when you're on your hands and knees, you know.
Well, we better get back into the theater, sir. Do it's time to open up.
Yes, Mr. Whiteman. Well, goodbye, Clem.
Well, chill on. Yeah, she thinks I'm not going to see that show. She's wrong. I'll get in that movie somehow. Run up this fire escape here and see if the old side door is open again. Yep, it's open. I'll duck in real quick. Can't do it any faster than that, you know. Boy, it's dark in here. I can't see where I'm going. I'll just get out my pocket flashlight here. Oh, darn it, it's going out. Well, can't expect them lightning bugs to last forever, you know. Well, I'll crawl on my hands and knees, the old crawling method. I'll better pull my legs in out of the aisle before somebody sees them. I thought it was funny I was wearing high heels.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Charles Boyer, star of 20th Century Fox's Clooney Brown, says, quote,
I've seen the proof with my own eyes. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat.
You're right, Charles Boyer. Raleighs are right. So, friends, next time, try Raleighs. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobacco. That smoother, milder, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now David Forster and his orchestra play Dark Eye. David. Chapter 97 of Theaters is entitled Saturday Matinee. The children's delight is the Saturday afternoon matinee, and Junior proves it's the most important day of the week.
Junior!
I didn't do that.
You didn't do what?
Ain't you been out in the kitchen, kiddo?
What happened to the kitchen? Junior, did you eat any of that cake?
Oh, I lick a little frosting off, you know. You widow dab here and a widow dab there.
How much of the cake did you leave?
Oh, widow dab here and a widow dab. Hey, you all dressed up, kiddo. Is we going to the movies today? It's Saturday Kitty's matinee, you know.
Kitty's matinee?
Yeah.
You mean Murder Incorporated. Junior, no movies today.
Well, you was all dressed up.
Yes, but not for the show.
Oh.
I'm going out this morning and help raise money for the American Red Cross.
Well, then let me go to the movies, then.
Oh, you're too little to go by yourself.
I'm too little? That's funny. I'm too little to go to the show, but when it comes to taking castor oil, man-sized doses. There's somebody at the door. I will go. She's who is at our door. Welcome to the booby trap.
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. Hey, Grandma, Mr. Beaumont, the man next door is here. Hey, what you got in that sack there?
I have some homemade candy.
Oh, really? It's good to see you again, you know.
I'd give you some, Junior, but I don't think candy agrees with little boy.
Well, it agrees with me. I had never had an argument with any yet, you know.
All right, you can have one little piece.
Well, now, that's mighty neighborly. Are you that is?
Junior, that's a rather big piece. I believe your eyes are bigger than your stomach.
Well, they both voted on it, and I guess the eyes has it.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Hello, Verna. You know, Verna, you look like a woman who has a worry.
Yeah, and I look like the worry, too.
I have to do some Red Cross work today, Harry, and I haven't anyone to leave Junior with.
I shall be happy to take care of him. I've always wanted to be a sitter.
When you take care of me, you're not a sitter, boy. You is a sucker.
Junior. Well, I'd appreciate it so much, Harry. He's really no bother.
Oh, now, who are you talking about now?
I should be back about 4. Here, Junior, kiss Granny goodbye.
Shall I get up on the chair, or is your lumbago better?
I'll just blow your kiss.
Okay. Oh, you put too much English on that and hit me right in the eye. I wish I here with Mr. Beaumont.
Oh, she's a sweet woman.
Yeah, quite a hand with a hairbrush, too, you know.
Well, Junior, here we are. Just you and me.
Mm-hmm. And couple makes 3, huh?
Junior, why are you looking at me like that?
Is you expendable?
Well, what shall we do?
Hey, let's have a nice, quiet afternoon at home and invent an atomic bomb or something. Let's call the fire department. What do you say?
Why, you don't call the fire department unless the house is on fire.
By the time they get here, it will be.
Junior, how would you like to go to the Kiddies' matinee at the theater?
The Spellbound play?
Yes.
With Bergman and Gregory Peck?
That's right.
Plenty of murder and crazy people?
Want to see it?
No, I've seen it 10 times already. Hey, why can't we go to the Hitchin Post? There was Gene Audrey pictures playing.
Well, I guess
Gene
so.
Audrey, he's here now. He's back out of the army.
Well,
made a picture.
that's fine.
Yeah, shall we go there?
Well, yes.
Yeah, well, if you insist, that's where we'll go, you know.
Well, come on then. Let's hurry.
Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, look, there's the popcorn machine.
Shall we have some, Junior?
Well, will you let me pay for it?
Why, of course not.
Well, then by all means, let's have some.
2 big bags, please.
10 cents, please.
10 cents? Boy, what inflation, huh?
This is my treat, Junior. 2 bags.
Well, then make it 4 bags. I want to treat you right, Mr. Bowman.
Now, you stand over by the door, Junior, and
Okay.
I'll go get the ticket.
Okay, I is going to the movie. Violets are blue and roses is pink. If it's a double feature, one won't be too good. Oh, boy, look at that big, tall man taking tickets there. Look how straight he stands. I wonder if he's real or if he's a mechanical dummy. Well, now, ain't I in luck? Look, here's a pin in my shirt there. Now, that would prove if he's real or not. It might prove bad for me, too, you know. And then again, I don't know why I'm standing here thinking about it. I'm going to do it anyhow. Oh!
Good heavens, my man, what is the matter with you?
Kid stuck me with a pin.
Well, what you yelling about? I should be the one that's mad. Look, he's been it all out of shape.
Here, Junior, hold on to my hand.
All right, tickets, please.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let me get it to him. Let me get it to him. Boy, I'd love to have a rubber ticket and watch him go nuts trying to carry it up. Oh, boy, listen to them kids whooping and yelling there. That picture must be good, huh?
Yeah, here are 2 seats on the aisle.
Yeah.
Now, be quiet and watch the picture.
Okay. Hey, look, he's not pointing his gun at me. He's going to shoot me. Don't do that. He's going to shoot me.
Oh, no such luck.
Got me. I'm a dead duck now.
Junior,
he plugged me.
Keep quiet.
I've been plugged. Calling Dr. Gillespie. Calling Dr. Gillespie. I'm not too proud of that, you know.
Junior, please sit still. Now, don't stand up in your seat.
Well, I can't see anything. I have to. There's a bald-headed man in front of us. He's got bushy hair on the side of his head.
Well, lean over to one side.
It's no use. I lean over there, he scratches that side of his head. Now I move back to the other side, and he scratches that side of the head. Oh, there he goes again. Look at it. Hey, Baldy, chase him out in the middle. You can catch him.
Well, of all things!
He got mad and he left. Now I can see the picture. Oh, no, I can't. A big fat lady just sat down in front. Hey, Fatso, scoot down so I can see the show, will you?
Well, just laugh when I do.
Yeah. Grandma, you tricked me. You sneak away so you can see the show without me.
Dear, I'm sorry. Now, don't cry.
You don't love me.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You don't love me.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart. I'll never be able to enjoy a picture show again.
Well, I guess I better take you home.
Yes, oh, well, I guess I was a little hasty in my attitude. Let's stay and see the picture, though. It's awful good. Everybody in it gets killed but the producer. Oh, it's good.
Let's go, Junior.
No, I ain't through watching the picture yet.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Oh, yes, I am.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, G.G. Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and drive carefully.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Raleigh Room starring Hildegard tomorrow night, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night, and return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton has heard of this program through the courtesy of Metro Golden Mare.
Sir Walter Raleigh. That's the smoking tobacco, superior on all 5 counts.
Blended from rich, ripe, burley tobacco.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with just a touch of rum for a richer, fuller flavor.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Smokes all the way down. Never leaves a soggy heel in your pipe.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Perfect crimp cut to burn slow, even, cool.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
A pleasant, satisfying aroma.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh. A favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate the best in pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So, hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Costello's house. Well, there's 204. There's 205. 205 and 7/8. 205 and 9/16. Oh, here it is.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, I never thought you'd get here in time.
How's Costello?
Oh, I'm so worried, Mr. Abbott. I've never seen him this way. I'm afraid...
Don't say it. My pal Costello. Oh, Mrs. Adams.
Yes?
If anything should happen to Costello, promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you won't rent his room until you hear from me, please.
I promise. Won't you come in? You'll have to excuse the appearance of the place. I haven't had time to pick up any of this junk on the floor. Try not to step on my husband. It's his birthday.
Yes, I'll be careful.
But I'm so sentimental, Mr. Abbott. Do you think I ought to stick a candle in his mouth?
Yes, by all means. Look, where is Costello's room?
Right over there.
Thank you.
Come in. Mother!
Costello, don't you know me? I'm Abbott.
Oh, those green slacks fool me. Abbott. Am I glad to see you?
What in the world is the matter with you?
I'm afraid there's a screw loose in my mind.
Oh, my goodness, you had me worried. I thought it was something serious.
It is serious. Very serious. My mind is just like a brain to me. Abbott, you gotta help me.
Well, what is the matter with you?
Remember that dream I had where the fella said every time I told a lie or did something bad, he'd blow a horn?
Well, what about it?
Do you know where I can reach Petrillo?
Oh, God, you just imagine it.
No, I don't. All day long, night and day, he follows me around, blowing that horn. Now I know how Betty Grable must feel.
No, God, no. You're acting like a child. You probably haven't had enough sleep. Did you drink anything last night?
You know I don't drink.
Were you out late with a girl?
You know I never have anything to do with girls. Did someone say Costello? There it goes again. Abbott. It's the guy with the horn.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. Yes.
Is there anyone in back of me?
All there is in back of you is more you.
Abbott, there's something wrong with me. I knew it the moment I walked through that door.
How did you know?
The door was closed.
Mr. Costello, 4 o'clock, time for your medicine.
Wait a minute, Costello. That's a dog biscuit.
They work. I haven't howled in 2 days.
Will you stop this foolishness? You need a change of scenery. We'll drive to the beach and give the girls the once-over. What do you say?
Oh, that stuff bores me. Abbott.
What now?
I heard that music.
I didn't hear a thing.
I heard the music. Oh, I wish my mother was here.
Why?
She'd dance with me.
Costello, you're going to drive yourself nuts.
Don't say that. Life couldn't be that cruel to me. I'm a nice guy. Look at me. I'm in my prime. Everything you live for. A perfect specimen. Yes, I am. I'm a perfect specimen. 260 pounds of bulging muscles. Flabby muscles? Teensy-weensy muscles? Blubber?
Blubber. Hey, who are you talking to?
The guy with the horn. He just gave me another argument.
Look, Costello, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just as normal as you ever were.
That's right. Kick a man when he's down. Oh, how could this happen to me? I'm good to my mother. I got money in the bank. I love animals.
Hey, wait a minute. You say you've got money in the bank?
About $400. $28.
$28, eh? Oh, boy, if I could only get my hands on that.
What'd you say?
I said that's a lot to have on your hands. Let me look at you.
Mm-hmm.
Ha-ha!
I'm dying. He's cleaning his teeth.
Costello, you're not dying. What's happening to you is far worse.
I know it. I knew it last night when the landlady brought up that pot roast.
Why, pot roast is very good for you.
That's why I think I'm going batty.
Why?
After I ate the pot, I had no appetite for the roast. What am I going to do, Abbott?
Well, Costello, anytime something like this happens to a man,
Someone has to administer his estate. Now, you don't want to leave all of that $28 to the government, do you?
Oh, no.
No.
Some foreign country might hear about it and try to make a loan.
Sure.
Besides, I always figured I'd leave it to my Aunt Marie.
Your Aunt Marie?
Yeah. She was so good. She was like a mother to me. A father, a sister, a brother, an uncle, a grandmother. And we all lived together in one little room.
Now, Costello, we have to put the money where it'll do the most good.
I'd like to leave something to my girl Gladys.
Oh, why worry about her? She's got a good job with the carnival.
Yes, I know. But one of these nights, someone's going to throw that baseball straight and knock her head right off. Now, let me see. 28 bucks. That's not enough to start a college, is it?
No.
How about a small college?
No.
Junior college?
No, Costello. You're thinking all wrong. Who is your best friend?
You.
Now you're thinking.
Hey, if you'll forgive me, I'd like to ask you a silly question. How do I know you won't spend the money?
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
Okay, now don't forget, we want to make this all legal and binding. We'll get a lawyer and put everything in writing. Is that okay?
Well, if you want a good lawyer, call my uncle.
Where can I get him?
Well, call Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Himmelflacker Binks, and Strandolian Binks.
Why so many Binks?
It's the same guy. He'd just like to keep an eye on the others.
Look, which one is your uncle?
Jones.
Jones?
Yeah, of Jones, Fennis, Graham, Redner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney.
Then why did you tell me to call Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Himmelflacker Binks, and Spondilian Binks? If your uncle is with Jones, Fennis, Graham, Richard, DeWitt, Mulrooney. Why did you tell me that?
Because Jones, Fennis, Graham, Rittner, DeWitt, and Mulrooney's phone is out of order. And Fiedlehopper Binks, Fernswagger Binks, Himmelflacker Binks, and Spondilian Binks will take the message.
Wait a minute. Look, will you please repeat that?
Are you kidding? I'm lucky I got it out.
Wait a minute. Come on, let me hear what you have to say.
I can't. The line is busy.
The line is busy. Yeah. Costello, I don't think we should engage anyone you know. Let's be impartial about this. Let's get my lawyer.
Uh-oh. That's good. Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
What do you mean impartial? If you can get your lawyer, why can't I get my lawyer?
Well, now, you see, my lawyer doesn't know your lawyer. That makes it impartial.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Ennis.
Hiya, fellas. Skinny, brace yourself. Costello has blown his top.
Yeah?
Yep.
What's new? Oh, hey, wait a minute.
No, Costello, don't excite yourself. Skinny.
Yeah.
The boy is emotionally upset, and I understand that musical therapy is prescribed under such conditions. Is that true?
Well, old therapy Ennis will be glad to oblige.
That's swell. All right, Costello, compose yourself. Skinny is going to play some pretty music for you. Now, sit back. Come on.
Okay.
Sit back there now. Now, relax. Now, I'll turn the lights down low.
Okay.
Now, close your eyes. That's wonderful. Now, put your head right on my shoulder. Are you comfy? Oh, that's wonderful. Anything else I can do for you? What?
Kiss me good night?
Yeah, well, you go lay down. Oh, get up, Costello, please. Oh, I can get him up. Come in, Counselor. Sorry I'm late, Abbott. I was detained at court. How did you make out? I was acquitted. Good. Mother got 20 years.
Are you having a party?
Oh, what makes you think that?
What's that beer barrel on the bed?
That's no beer barrel, that's Costello.
Oh. Well, that's the chump you're taking for the 28 bucks, huh? What's the deal?
Hallucinations.
Can't you break his leg? I'm terrific at assault and battery.
No. We haven't got time for that. Hey, Costello, wake up. Wake up!
Oh, okay. Okay. Goodbye, Gladys.
Will you forget Gladys? Costello, I want you to meet Counselor O'Toole.
Oh, glad to know you, Counselor. Know anybody over at Fiedlehopper, Fennis, Graham, Binks, Redner,
Will you please, enough of that. Proceed, Counselor.
Costello, multiply 3,485,112 by 6,791,844. And, sorry, time's up. You're hopeless. I got hopeless fast.
$28 estate. Are there any debts outstanding?
Well, I owe the drugstore 30 cents for a quart of perfume I bought for my girl.
Wait a minute. Quart of perfume? That's pretty extravagant. Most fellows give their girl a gram.
Well, I guess I'm one of those fellows who just don't give a gram. Hey, here's her picture. Here's her picture. Name is Gladys. Isn't she beautiful?
Yes, she is.
She's got pretty eyes, hasn't she?
Yeah, her eyes are very pretty.
Which do you like better, the brown one or the blue one?
I can't decide.
The blue one fascinates me. But then again, the brown one goes nicely with the truck she's driving.
Hey, stick to the case, Costello. Are there any other outstanding debts against the estate?
Yes, sir. I still owe Abbott 10 cents for the ticket she got me to see up in Central Park.
10 cents? Where did you sit?
Up in Central Park.
Now, are there any other provisions you wish to make?
Well, yes, sir. If I am taken away, someone will have to look after my little friend. For instance, for breakfast, Rover must get a bone.
Well, okay. A bone for Rover. Go ahead.
Yes. And Tabby, just a little warm milk.
Well, okay. Warm milk for Tabby.
And for Flossie, just orange juice and toast.
Orange juice and toast?
Yeah, Flossie's my sister.
Oh. Well, I'll treat her just as if she's human.
And she'll appreciate it very much, too.
Now, please sign your name here, Costello.
Okay, I'll sign my name down here. I gotta sign Costello. C-O-S. Let me see. Gee, I know it as well as I know my own name. C-O-S. What comes next?
Look, what do you have with your crumpet?
A bit. I get jelly all over me.
Will you please stop stalling and sign that paper?
Well, let me read it first.
Take your time. Go ahead. Come here, Abbott. What's the matter?
Got everything set, huh?
Yeah, I got Harry, the hypnotist from the carnival. I'm giving him a third. He's going to set up a whole works. We'll call him the professor. Costello will never know the difference. We'll take him over. We'll take him over there to be examined. You know,
okay.
Right in front of him.
Well, Costello, have you signed it? No. And I ain't gonna until I get the candy.
What candy?
It says right here, Tasty Mints.
Tasty Mints? Where?
Right
Oh,
there.
that's last will and testament.
Okay, I'll sign it.
Now all we have to do is see the professor.
Who is it?
It's Marilyn. May I come in?
Oh, Marilyn Maxwell. Gee, fellas, I'm bashful about a girl coming into my room. Would you fellas mind leaving?
She's just the person we want to see. Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, hello, Louis.
Louis. Oh, she called me Louis again. I haven't been so thrilled since I took my first bubble bath.
Louis, what are you doing in bed?
Miss Maxwell, do I look all right to you?
No, but then you never did.
You see, fellas, you must be framing me.
Miss Maxwell, Mr. Costello is having hallucination.
Oh, Louis, I'm heartbroken. Would it make you feel better if I sang a song for you?
Would you, Miss Maxwell?
Uh-huh. And just because you are so upset, I want to do everything I can to make things pleasant for you. I want you to hold my hand. Yeah. Now put your arm around my waist.
Oh.
And snuggle real close to me. Mm-hmm. Yes, I want to do everything I can for you just because you are in this condition.
Oh, brother, the years I wasted in my right mind.
From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Three Wise Fools, comes that lovely singing star, Marilyn Maxwell. The song, It's a Pity to Say Goodnight.
It's a pity to say goodnight because I never saw stars so bright. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. It's a pity to say farewell because the man on the moon won't tell. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. How's about tomorrow night? Just you
a pity to say goodnight, because I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta go home, you gotta go home. Give me a good night kiss. Every time we get to my door, I get a kiss, just one no more. Can't you see what I'm talking of? This kiss and run is nowhere, my love. It's a pity to say goodnight, 'cause I want you to hold me tight. But if you gotta get lost, you have to go home. If you're heading for home, baby, don't roam. And if we really must part, we really must part. Give me a good kiss goodnight. Hello, this is the office of Professor Wilkins, hypnotist, geologist, archaeologist, and Egyptologist. Office hours 12 to 3, which is exactly the score by which St. Louis beat Boston. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this place. Oh, quiet. Oh, miss, we have an appointment.
Please be seated.
Hey, you can't catch me!
What was that?
You can't catch me! Hey, there he is again. Hey, miss, what's wrong with that guy?
Oh, nothing. He thinks he's an apartment. He's playing hard to get.
He's in an apartment. All he has on is a pair of shorts.
Well, he's probably unfurnished. Look, Abbott, I'll give you my $28. Just get me out of here.
No, this must be legitimate. I just want you to tell the professor that,
Abbott.
you know, that you can't, now don't interrupt. Tell the professor that you can't remember. You can't read it. You're going off your, what's that? What do you want?
Don't look now. But is that a horse standing over there?
Certainly it's a horse. Don't be afraid. Go over and pet him.
Okay.
Please, sir, don't touch my horse. He has me terribly upset.
Something wrong?
I'll show you. Darwin, would you care for a lump of sugar?
Merci, no. Did you guys substitute?
Well, tell me, would you care for some oats?
No. Je voudrais une pomme.
You see why I'm worried? That horse has never been to France.
Abbott, I'll give you $30. Get me out of here.
Quiet.
Professor Wilkins will see you two gentlemen now.
Come on, Costello. Professor Wilkins?
Be with you two gentlemen in a moment. Goodbye, Mr. Snodgrass. Feel better now?
I feel swell. I thought better of my life.
I feel awful. I'll be glad if I live through tonight. What are you doing tonight, Mr. Snodgrass?
Oh, I'm going to stay home and read.
I'm going out to stick up a bank. Fine.
Goodbye, Professor. Nice seeing you.
Drop dead.
What's with that guy?
Split personality. Now, which of you need help?
I do. I can't find my way out of here.
Hold on, Costello. Oh, Professor, this is the young man I told you about. You know, the one with the M-O-N-E-Y.
Who's got the mumps?
Oh, yes, I recall. Now, just what was your trouble?
Anytime I do something wrong or tell a lie, I hear music.
Very unusual case. Kindly answer these routine questions. Name?
Costello.
Born?
Once.
Height?
5'2".
Width?
5'2".
Chest?
5'2". There's no use wasting your time. I'm the same in all directions.
You shut up, please.
Age?
24.
Neck?
Never. Like an ostrich. Hey, I hear that music again.
That's what I was telling you about, Professor. He's hopeless, isn't he?
Only a further examination will justify a conclusion. Now, in your family history, is there anything that you could consider abnormal?
Oh, no, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? What about that aunt of yours who sits in the street banging the cement with a mallet?
Well, that's not her fault. Her husband told her to hit the road.
None of this bickering. Now, Mr. Costello, please lie down here. That's it. Now, relax. Let yourself go.
Tell me everything about yourself. Think back through the years.
I'm a little bare-faced boy skipping merrily over Smith and Dale to the little red schoolhouse. I'm hurrying toward it. Faster, faster. I don't want to be late. I've never been so happy in my life. The school is on fire.
Persecution complex. Continue.
I see myself now. I am 16 and coming home from high school. I'm coming home from the 3rd grade. I had a swell day at the reform school. Walking down the road is little poinsettia Fiedelhopper, whose father's with Fiedelhopper. I'm a plucker, repping the Fenniston.
Oh, no more of that.
I'm carrying little poinsettia's books. Suddenly, out of the woods come 4 bears. They knock me down. 2 sit on my arms and 2 sit on my legs.
And you're terrified?
Not at all. They just want to sit around and chew the fat.
All right, Costello, you said enough for $28. $28? What are you talking about, Mr. Abbott? I told you over the phone I'd split his estate with you, didn't I? Estate? Yeah. You mean we went to all this trouble to convince your best friend he's screwy, have a lawyer draw up papers, have me set up an office? All this for a measly $28? Well, you see, Schizophrenia paregoric. Well, what's that mean, Professor? Mr. Abbott, you lie down on the couch.
Yes, you lie down, Abbott. Now tell us, what's your name? What's your sex? Wait a minute. What Caucasian are you?
Wait a minute.
What are you first?
I'm not
What's your whip? And you want $28 from me?
I'll
take $15. I'll take anything at all. Abbott, you should never did this to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is dress. D-R-E-S-S.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Why doesn't he give up? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some Scotch war brides to the program tonight, along with their husbands. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Parsons. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, Scotties, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100 in cash immediately. It's a common word, something you see every day. What is your name? Nan Parsons, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're a Scotch war bride, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
25.
25?
Yes.
25-year-old Scotch, huh? Well, you look smooth and mellow, Nan. And if you ever need a chaser, give me a ring sometime. You're the war bride's husband?
Yes, sir.
Clarence Parsons.
Right.
How old are you, Clarence?
29, sir.
Are you Scotch, too?
No, I'm half English and half Irish.
Oh. Half and half. Blended, eh? Where are you from, Clarence?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And what part of Scotland are you from, Nan?
I'm from Wishaw.
Wishaw?
Wishaw,
I know
Scotland.
that song. When you wish upon a star. Is that the theme song of the village?
No, it isn't.
Is it, for a chick is like the bloom of the heather, her neck was like the swan. Her face, it was the fairest I had ever looked upon. Just as sure as my name is John, when I get back again to bonny Scotland. That was one of the things that contributed towards Vaudeville's death. How long have you two been married?
6 years.
Nan, how long have you been married?
6 years.
What sort of work do you do, Clarence?
I'm manager of Carnation's demonstration store here in Los Angeles. It's Carnation Ice Cream Company.
Oh, and what do you demonstrate?
The dispensing of ice cream, sundaes, malts.
You don't milk any cows in the window or anything?
Not recently.
What were you doing when you met Butterscotch here?
I was with Lockheed attached to the 8th Air Force in Ireland at the time. I was on leave on vacation when I met her.
How did you trap this fellow? I'm curious about it. What method does a Hale and Lassie use?
Oh? I think they, we usually,
Well, there must be more to it than that, huh? You apparently worked very fast, didn't you, Nan?
I guess so. But ordinarily,
Why?
did you wait 4 years?
You usually wait 4 years in
Yes,
Scotland? Why do you wait so long?
Oh.
Does it take the groom that long before he'll cough up the $2 for the license?
To trust them.
What's that?
It takes that long to trust them.
It takes 4 years before you know whether you can trust him? It takes longer than that, kid, but you just don't realize it. You don't seem to have much of an accent, man. I thought all Scotch girls talked about the broad brick, moonlight, nick. Why is it you don't have a bar? Not even an errand bar. You'll let be treason, make the most of it. Huh?
I did have an accent when I come over at first, but I lost it.
You lost it, huh? Well, I'm sorry you did, because I think it's very charming, this Scotch accent. I'm crazy about it. Are there any other Scotch war brides that you visit occasionally, ma'am?
Yes, my sister.
Do you have any relatives over here besides your sister?
My in-laws and my closest relatives are overseas in Scotland.
Your close relatives are in Scotland, huh? They're going to be crazy about that crack, man. Are the Scots really thrifty, Nan, or is that just a kind of a legend, huh?
Oh, the average Scot just as thrifty as you are.
Well, that certainly answers my question. Now, Nan, in Scotland, I understand the husband is invariably the boss. Is that true? Do the males always wear the pants in the family?
Oh, some, yes, and some have kilts.
Well, don't you find it confusing when someone says your slip is showing and you don't know whether the remark is intended for you or your boyfriend? Well, you're both very nice kids, and you have every Scottish right to be happy. Huh? Now, let's see if you're going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,000 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
You'll never have to wonder about what kind of service you'll get when you take your car to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, that's where you always get efficient service, courteous service, service at a fair price. Yes, and that's where you'll find out about two truly great new cars, DeSoto and Plymouth. The brilliant new DeSoto, with its sweeping lines, is new from its magnificent full-width front grille to its smart-looking, newly designed rear end. Inside and out, it's as beautiful a car as you've ever seen. Inside and out, it's as practical a car as you've ever dreamed of. When you drive the new DeSoto, you'll be thrilled by the surge of power at your command. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the beautiful car that's packed with value and ready to prove it.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with time in the title as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
$10. Give me the title of this song. It's Rudy Valley's theme song. My time is your time is right.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
As Fenneman says, you're on your way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song? It has time in the title.
Apple Blossom Time.
Apple Blossom Time is right.
They're fighting. We have $55.
You have $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
$50. They get along famously, don't they? This song was made famous in the picture Casablanca. What's the title? Time goes by is right. They're really up there now. They have $105. Man, you had me scared that time. I thought you were going to blow the Duke. You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $105 will you try?
All of it.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $105. What is the title of this song? Okay, Jerry. Time on my hands is right. With $210. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still dress.
Dress.
Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Perhaps.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a married man from the studio audience and a hotel housekeeper. And here they are, Mr. Phil Sonis and Mrs. Vera Isolde. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housekeeper and a husband, eh? Mrs. Vera Isolde, you're the housekeeper, huh? Yeah. Where are you from originally, Vera?
I was born on 12th Street, New York City.
I'll call you Vera, huh?
That's right. New York City.
That's right, but I'll call you Vera anyway. You have a charming accent there, Vera. What is it?
Touch of English.
Mr. Phil Sones?
Sonis, yes.
Sonis. So what kind of an accent is that you've got?
That's California.
What part of California do you come from originally?
Chicago.
I was under the impression California only extended as far east as Pennsylvania. However, I understand they have an option on New England. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a house-to-house salesman for the Kelligan Saltwater Service Operation.
You sell houses, you say, from house to house?
No, I sell soft water.
Sounds like a pretty soft job to me. Vera, let's get back to you. I'll return to you in a moment. Don't think you've heard the last of this soft water. You're a housekeeper, you say, Vera?
Yes.
Where do you keep house?
The Flamingo, Nevada.
Keep house
Las
for
Vegas,
a flamingo? Huh? You mean you run a bird cage?
No.
What is the flamingo?
It's the most beautiful hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, Las Vegas. Oh, a squirrel cage, huh? You got me all confused. What does this menagerie look like?
We have wonderful grounds and a very, very nice casino.
Was that big casino or little casino? What is the casino?
Well, it's where the guests come to gamble.
Wiped out is what we call it. Do you get any free shots at the roulette table?
I don't gamble. I don't understand gambling.
That doesn't stop the other people in Las Vegas. You say you don't gamble at all? You don't understand it? What's a double six in craps?
Boxcar.
I see. You don't understand gambling, but you understand railroading. Is that it? Now, Vera, has anything unusual ever happened in your casino, like somebody winning?
Well, I've passed through sometimes and heard quite a noise because the people have won the jackpot.
What is the jackpot?
Well, it's slot machines, I believe. And
You're
when
not so certain now as you...
Well, I don't understand very much about it, but I know some of them have put some money in, and out comes the jackpot, as they say it.
Out comes the proprietor and fixes the machine so no money will ever come out again. Where do you live in Las Vegas?
Well, the management gives me a room and bath.
I understand the room, but who gives you the bath? The manager, eh? That's a very old joke. That's a very old manager, too.
It's a young manager.
A young manager. Well, in that case, you take a shower. Mr. Sunnis, you might as well wake up. Do you... Tell us about this job you do, this soft water swindle that you...
It's a matter of going house to house and trying to sell the housewives on the advantages of all the soft water services that they have available to them.
And just what are they?
Well, there's mostly Culligan soft water service. That's the one I'm associated with.
That double talk again, huh? Do you help your wife with the housework?
Occasionally.
How much do you help your wife?
About as much as other husbands.
You ever wonder what those other husbands are doing in your house? How long have you been married, Phil?
About 10 years now.
Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, again, it gets back to the soft water business. I was a house-to-house
What's the name of it?
The Culligan soft water. Rang the doorbell, and this very irate young lady came to the door. She was very much provoked, and her hair was in shambles. But shortly after I got through...
Shambles? In shambles? Well, is that near there? When did she get her hair back, huh?
Well, after I got through telling her about my product, she threw her arms around me, kissed me, and the next night we had a date, and I was able to explain to her the advantage of soft water.
Is that the customary reaction you get?
If you use the proper approach, it's the customary reaction.
Do you need somebody to work the other side of the street? Maybe we could combine. I could use hard water across the street, huh? Well, Vera, I've made up my mind, and I'm flying to Las Vegas in the morning on my Flamingo. But right now, let's see if you can clean up in the battle for the $2,000 question. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than the other couples to get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the colors of flowers as your category. All right, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
5.
All right, what color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
Now they have $25, Groucho.
I should say white is right. Now you got $25. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 25?
15.
$15. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
That's right.
They're on their way. They have $40.
All right, you've got $40. And here's your third question. How much of the 40?
30.
$30. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
They're climbing. They have $70 now.
All right, you got $70. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70?
Shoot the moon.
What color is lilac?
Purple.
Purple is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer ready and eager to serve you no matter where you drive.
And driving my friend's a distraction. Like to come along, Fenneman?
Well, I'll go as far as the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer, Groucho.
I don't want you any further, Fenneman.
Well, that's where I know there's expert factory-trained mechanics who give your car and my car the same watchful care a mother gives a baby.
Did you ever try to burp at a soda?
Expert mechanics work with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment to give you the best service job you can get, no matter what the make of your car. So visit him the very first thing tomorrow morning.
Now, won't that look pretty? All those people driving around in their pajamas. All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the Scottish couple are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still dress. We invited some glass blowers and some movie stuntmen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected glass blower Richard Seaman and stuntman Bob Morgan. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Richard Seaman.
Yeah.
You're a glass blower, is that right?
That's right.
Well, blow me down. Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Mr. Morgan, Bob Morgan? You're the stuntman, huh?
Yes, I am.
How's tricks?
I don't do tricks. I do stunts.
Well, how's stunts? Huh? Where are you from, Bob?
Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Pretty sticky place, isn't it? What do you do your glass blowing?
I don't...
Mr. Seaman.
At the Glasscraft Company.
The Glasscraft, huh? Is there anything like the Chris Craft?
No. That's a boat.
That's a boat, huh? Well, this is a boat glass blow, and we're talking about new. So what do you do in your job?
Well, we take molten glass and on the end of a blow iron and form it into different shapes like perfume bottles or television tubes.
What's your most popular item?
The television tubes. They're in most demand right now.
Why is that?
Well, they're scarce and everybody wants them.
Everybody wants them?
They're there.
Not people who are employed in radio. Have you ever had the hiccups while blowing a light bulb? And all you got were percolator tops? Let's get back to you, stuntman. Just what do you do in your job?
Well, I double actors and stars in the business.
You mean double actors?
Whenever they have a hazardous stunt that an actor can't perform or shouldn't perform, why, they call a stuntman to do it.
You mean if there's something an actor won't do, they hire you for the job?
Yes, that's right.
I don't see how you make any money, huh? I didn't think there was anything an actor wouldn't do. How much would you charge me to jump off a 100-foot cliff?
Oh, about $10 a foot.
Well, that's cheap enough. All you have is 2 feet, huh? How much would you charge me to jump off a curb?
I don't jump from curbs.
Well, how do you get across the street? How do you manage a double for a star and keep the audience from getting wise?
Well, they generally select you because of your physical resemblance to the star. They keep our back to the camera, profile, so forth, and keep our face out of the camera as much as possible.
In many cases, the audience has their back to the picture, too, you know. Our listeners would like to know how you do some of these stunts. For example, say you jump off a 500-foot cliff. How do you manage it?
Well, ordinarily they will put a parallel about 10 feet below the top of the cliff. And the stuntman will jump to the parallel, and they'll cut away to a long shot of a dummy flying through space and landing.
Do they ever get confused?
Not yet.
Now, glassblower, are you getting the jitters listening to all this mayhem?
No, I haven't.
How did you get to be a glassblower?
Well...
Did you start off to school one morning, twirling your books and say, when I grow up, I'm going to be a glassblower, and nobody's going to stop me?
That was the last thing I ever thought it would be. Just looking for a job and...
Well, you went someplace where they were blowing glass? And,
yes.
And they asked you if you had any experience? And you lied, huh?
That's right.
How do you blow glass? Do you chew up old milk bottles and puff?
No, we take molten glass and we make different articles out of it. After you get it on the end of this blowpipe, it's about 4 or 5 feet long, while you can blow it into different shapes. Or
Can you control the shape of the things that come?
Any shape you want.
You can, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know what shape I want, but I don't know whether you can do it. Now, what happens after the glass is shaped?
We anneal it.
I beg your pardon.
It's annealed.
It's an eel? I thought it was a television tube.
No, it's anneal. A-N-N-E-A-L.
You don't have to spell it. All the kids are in bed by now. What has an eel got to do with all this? Is it a live eel?
No, it's not an eel. It's an eel.
You know, we can be sued by Abbott Costello for that. I think this guy's blown his top. I've got to humor him. What is the eel doing in your blowpipe?
Well, by that I mean anneal. You take the glass over to a furnace and you take the strains and stress out of it. And that's anneal.
Boy, you're a whiz at clarifying things. All right, now let's see how a glassblower and a stuntman make out and You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples and you get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband are still ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the tools of the trade as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
How much do we got?
You have $20.
Oh.
You may wind up with $20.
$10.
All right. Who would use a mortar and a pestle?
Either a chemist or a scientist.
Well, I think that's right. It's a pharmacist, but I think you had it right, huh?
You're on the way with $30, Groucho.
All right. You're running along. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try? $20. Who would use a stick and a press?
Printer, for one thing.
That's right. A printer is right.
Next time, you may have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50? Talk it up now.
25.
How much?
25.
$25. Who would use a transit and a plumb bob?
A surveyor.
A surveyor is correct.
Now they have $75.
All right, you got $75. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75? $50. Who would use a scalpel and a suture?
Doctor.
A doctor or a surgeon is right.
They wind up with $125, and that means the Scotch war bride and her husband with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Prompt, courteous service at a price that's fair. That's the creed of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. When you drive in for service at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, you can count on this. Expert mechanics working with factory-approved tools and equipment will give your car the careful attention you want it to have. They'll do a better job on your car in a shorter time, and that means money in your pocket. It also means a car that will give you faithful, economical service for miles and miles. So next time your car needs service, stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the Scotch war bride and her husband, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
All right, kids, here's a chance to make you the two richest people in Scotland. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. President Truman recently made a cross-country trip to participate in a dedication at a great new dam on the Columbia River. For $2,000, what is the name of this important dam? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Grand Coulee?
That's right. That's right, you win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
She's going to do it.
What are you going to do with it,
I'd like to give my husband's mother some of it, help her out. She's been so wonderful to me.
Couldn't you help her out for less money than that? All right, you win $2,000 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,000.
Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Don't wait for a rainy day to check your windshield wipers. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we approach the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here on the front porch we find Mrs. Victor Cook all by herself. Mrs. Cook is swinging gently in the swing, and her expression of absorption suggests that she's deep in thought. However, the lady's reveries are brought to an abrupt end by the bright voices of a near relative. Listen.
Say, can we use your telephone to call the fire department?
Anybody up on that porch want to get married?
Hi. Some people don't pay any attention to their relatives walking along the street.
I was thinking about something and never noticed you fellas.
You are an unnatural wife and mother. I will pack my valise and run away to Peoria, Illinois.
Mr. Razorscum got back from Peoria this afternoon.
Is that a fact?
He's going back tomorrow.
He's an incorrigible man. He loves Peoria more than he loves me.
Willie, baby, will you run in on the library table?
Okay.
Bring out a letter you'll see on top there.
Okay.
I may have put it in the drawer.
Letter from Aunt Beth?
No.
We get some mail?
A couple advertisements.
Luther Johnson telephone?
No. I went to work and done a terrible thing, Vic.
Huh?
Gee, it's real cool in the living room.
What terrible thing did you go to work and do?
Opened somebody else's private letter by mistake.
How come?
When I got it out of the mailbox this afternoon, I glanced at the envelope and thought it said Mrs. V. Cook.
What did it say?
Reverend V. Cook.
Oh, that's happened to me a couple of times. That's the office I've got at preacher's letters by mistake. You see, his first name is Vincent, and when the letter just says V. Cook City, the post office can be excused for getting a little mixed up.
Well, did you open the letters you got by mistake?
No.
I did. I never paid any attention to that R-E-V in front of the V. Cook. And another thing, it had Kleberger's haberdashers printed up in the corner. So, naturally, I thought it was a done. You still owe Kleberger's a little money, don't you?
I owe Kleberger's $2. I always owe Kleberger's $2. I intend to go through life owing Kleberger's $2.
It's pretty serious, opening people's private correspondence, ain't it?
Oh, I doubt if it's a jail offense. You simply made a mistake, and your mistake was a natural one.
I don't suppose I got any mail.
Hurry along with that.
I received less mail than any other halfwit on the face of the earth.
What'd you do with Reverend Cook's letters you received by mistake?
Simply penciled in the parsonage address and given to the office boy to drop in the mailbox.
Give it here.
How about moving over so I can sit down?
Sit on the railing or someplace. See, Vic?
Huh?
Doesn't that C look like a G?
Yeah.
And anybody's liable not to notice the R-E-V there in front. Goodness, I'm Mrs. V. Cook. Naturally, I wouldn't waste a lot of time studying an envelope that had Mrs. V. Cook on it. Especially when the mailman dropped it in my own mailbox.
Sure.
Mom, am I to understand you opened another party's correspondence?
This letter belongs to Reverend Cook.
By George, is that right?
I just glanced at the envelope. See how much it looks like Mrs. V. Cook?
That defense won't stand up very well in a court of law.
What big shot is this, I hear?
Well, it won't. A smart lawyer could have Mom behind bars in 5 minutes.
You cheer up and gladden, young lady.
Maybe you think the United States Postal Department isn't strict. Last night's newspaper stated where 2 guys from Kentucky got sent to a prison in Atlanta, Georgia for getting funny with other people's mail.
Maybe when your mother gets sent to prison in Atlanta, Georgia for getting funny with other people's mail, you'll be thoughtful enough to send her a box of homemade fudge.
Oh, no, but it is going to be embarrassing.
Why? All you have to do is hand Reverend Cook his letter next time you see him and explain how you opened it by mistake.
Ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law.
Run up Route 66 toward Towanda till you fall down exhausted, and I'll give you a nickel.
No, but that's a fact. Man in Terre Haute, Indiana had choked his grandfather and put up the excuse he thought it was his brother-in-law. And the judge broke into a scream of scornful laughter and sentenced him to 40 years.
Honey, you're frightening your poor old mother almost to death. Now stop it before she begins to sob and cry. Oh, that's all you have to do, Dr. Sleech. Hand Reverend Cook his letter and explain about V. Cook looking like V. Gook.
Well, but it's a done.
Dunn from Kleeberger's?
Mm-hmm.
What's odd? I revel in Duns from Kleeberger's. I rub Duns from Kleeberger's through my hair.
Let me show you.
No.
Huh?
If you show the contents of that letter to me and Gov, it makes us accessories. Makes us your Confederates. Implicates us. It'd be better if you shouldered the entire guilt by yourself. Because if we all went to prison, there wouldn't be anybody on the outside to hire lawyers.
Tom Clamp, old pal, you become increasingly tiresome. If you keep up this fancy flow of remarks, you'll be banished from your parents' society.
Okay.
I'll read you what it says. Dear Reverend Cook, respectfully calling your kind attention to a balance of $4.50. Your original obligation as of June 15th amounted to $5. May we hear from you soon. Cordially, S.N. Kleeberger, Sr.
The preacher's kind of slow pay.
Well, that's where the rub comes in. I don't want to hand him this letter all opened and everything. He'll know I've read it.
So what?
Well, he'll be embarrassed, and so will I.
Oh.
Sure. Here's one of his church people that knows he owes bills downtown.
Well, everybody and their brother owes bills downtown.
Oh, a minister that way, though.
Well, the letter don't say that he's trying to swindle Kleeberger's. It's just an ordinary routine done that they send out the first every month. Oh, holy smoke. What if you opened the preacher's letter by mistake and it said, Dear Scarchest, we've got the dynamite planted under the First National Bank and we're all set to collect the swag as soon as you murder the police force.
Well, no, but just the same, no.
You're too thin-skinned.
No, I'm not. But look, Reverend Cook made a $5 purchase in at Kleeberger's store June 15th. That's over 3 months ago. And he only paid 50 cents on it. No, I don't see how I'm going to give him this letter and let him know I know he's behind in his debt. He'll feel foolish, and so will I.
Here's the big danger, Mom.
Yeah?
Here's the big danger. The incident will throw him off base.
How do you mean?
When he discovers you're onto his trick of jipping the clothing store...
I never said he was jipping any clothing store.
Well, anyway, he's jumping the gun when it comes to his honest debt.
He is not. Everybody's got bills, just like God says. Only thing is, I don't like to embarrass him.
Well, let me tell you what I was getting at. Reverend Cook realizes you know about the money he owed Kleeberger's. All right, along comes Sunday. We all go to church. Reverend Cook climbs into the pulpit. He sees your white, nervous face in the congregation. He goes shaky all over. His fingers twitch. He can't think of his sermon. Suddenly he can't stand the strain any longer and pitches over on his face. Thrown into confusion...
I guess we'll just have to keep you home from the Baijiu a while.
Huh?
Too many picture shows makes boys' imaginations all wild.
Well, I'm only attempting to describe...
See, the thing is, when I hand Reverend Cook his letter and explain how I opened it by mistake, we'll have to kind of halfway discuss what's in the letter. That'll be embarrassing. He won't hardly know what to say, and I won't either. And I'll probably get flustered like I do. What would you do?
Well, I think I'd hide down cellar till it gets dark. Then, about 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'd steal down dark side streets until I got to the city limit. Then I'd crawl along the hard roads, slinking in ditches and through culverts, till I was at least 10 miles...
No, but no fooling. What would you do?
Throw the nitwit letter away.
Yes, and rot in prison.
Short-sleeve old watermelon rhyme. You'll vex Papa with your foolish chatter.
All right.
Yes, I hesitate to throw away somebody's nice letter.
It's a done. They'll send him another one the first of next month.
Yes, that's true.
Say, Ike Nieseffer told me something down at the office this afternoon that was amusing in a mild way.
Did he?
That brother-in-law of his, Ed whatchamacallit, telephoned the other evening and wanted to borrow a length of piano wire. Well, thunder, Ike told him he'd just as apt to have a length of piano wire around the house as he'd be apt to have an Eskimo's igloo. He asked his numbskull brother-in-law what he wanted with a length of piano wire. And what do you suppose his brother-in-law said?
Who's that?
Whatchamacallit, Ike's brother-in-law.
Ike Nieseffer's brother-in-law?
Didn't you pay the slightest attention to me, Steve?
I'm afraid I'm still thinking about Reverend Cook's done from Kleeberger's.
I must remember to tell you another humorous anecdote someday.
I guess I will throw it away.
Yeah.
They'll write him again the 1st of next month.
Mm.
No harm will be done.
Mm.
Yes, I'll throw it away.
No, Mom.
No, Mom, what?
If you throw it away, you'll be miserable. Individuals can't throw away United States mail and escape. Even if the G-men don't catch you for 10 years, you won't have a peaceful moment. You'll toss and turn in bed at night and whimper in the darkness, and your hair will gradually turn white, and you'll jump at the slightest noise and think you hear voices, and your eyes will have a terror-stricken look, and you'll be seized with fits of wild laughter, and you'll cry.
It's Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. The program you're about to hear is brought to you with a wish that your Christmas may be merry and that the new year for all of us be a happy and a peaceful one.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Look, please don't give me that Merry Christmas stuff. I sound like I got up on the wrong side of the floor this morning. Look, Duffy, I had one eggnog. Just happened that I hit some bad nutmeg. Huh? Well, if you want to know, I'm a little sore about your gratuity for Christmas. That lousy Christmas card. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. P.S. After you read this, get back to work. Fine sentiment this time of the year. Well, after 9 years, I thought maybe I might get some little present. Some little luxury. Some little thing I wouldn't think of getting for myself. Like money. Huh? Look, Duffy. Someday you're going to leave this vale of tears. You're going to leave it with your pockets bulging with bills, but I'm warning you. Where you're going, you're going to find that paper money ain't going to last long. I leave you with that thought for today. Christmas. 7 days a week, 18 hours a day. I work my grindstone to the nose. What do I get? Nothing but gratitude. And very little of that.
Merry Christmas, Miss Archie.
What's so merry about it, Eddie? Starvation wages, no dough to buy nothing.
Oh, you got a little dough.
Yeah, but how far will it take me with the present prices of economics? The landlady sends me a notice. From the first of the year on, your apartment will be $9 a month. $9 for 4 lousy rooms.
Does that include bath?
Who knows? Never get to see the place the way I have to work around here, but does Duffy care?
Well, don't let it get you, Mr. Archie. You see, this is the time of the year to forget your trouble.
Yeah.
Christmas is a time when you should be thinking about helping other people out.
Helping other people out, huh? When Gorilla Hogan got drunk and nasty here last night and started picking on me, did you help me out?
I couldn't. See, I was back in the kitchen cooking.
What takes a half an hour to cook?
With Gorilla Hogan drunk and nasty, a couple of 3-minute eggs.
That's what I'm talking about. When I'm in a fight and I need help, you disappear.
Yeah, but you always bragging about what a wonderful fighter you are.
You certainly picked the funniest times to start believing me. You give me that Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, boys.
Merry Christmas, Miss Duff.
Archie, I said Merry Christmas.
Are you kidding? What have I got to be merry about working for that cheapskate old man of yours?
Archie, you just don't know Papa. He really isn't cheap.
No, that's right. Once, in an outburst of generosity, he gave away his toenail clippings. What about the time he took your old lady on their honeymoon? Where did they go?
Niagara Falls.
That's what he told everybody, Niagara Falls. But what he really did, they stayed home and your old man let the water run in the bathtub while he showed your mother a box of shredded wheat. Tell me how cheap the guy is. Just a minute. Hello? Oh, just a second. It's your girlfriend, Vera Fogarty.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Vera. How did you do with Santa Claus? Okay, but no presents, huh? You just can't have everything, Vera. What's on your mind? A dance? Where? At the Y? M or W? The YW, huh? Well, okay, Vera, I'll go. But this time you've got to lead. All right. Okay, I'll meet you at Schimmelbacher's. Well, so long, everybody. I got a heavy date. What are you going to do tonight, Archie?
Me? I think I'll just spend a quiet evening standing around disappointing pickpockets.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Sure, thanks, Arch. Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Sure. Ain't you gonna wish me a Merry Christmas?
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Did you hang up your stocking?
Oh, no, Arch. I hung up my stocking last year, and it was a bum idea.
A bum idea?
Yeah, the blood kept rushing to me head.
What I meant was, did you get any presents for Christmas?
Oh, dear, a few things, Arch. My mother gave me some building blocks, monogrammed, of course. And my sister gave me a bottle of bubble bath.
Bubble bath?
Yeah, and is that stuff a fake?
What do you mean a fake?
I sat in the tub and took 4 drinks of it, and I couldn't even blow a single bubble. Well, I just dropped in to say hello. I gotta run along, Arch.
You gotta run along? Where you going?
I'm going over to sing Christmas carols.
Oh, yeah? Where?
At Water McGurch.
Oh.
You going over, Arch?
No, I'm not.
How come?
Didn't invite me.
Oh. Well, I'll be seeing you, Arch.
Finnegan, you mean you ain't gonna spend Christmas with me like you usually do?
Well, Arch, I thought you was going to McGurch too, so I accepted. Hey, you ain't sore, are you?
No. Why should I be sore? Go ahead. Have a good time.
Well, Merry Christmas, Arch.
Merry Christmas, Clifton. Fine Christmas. No bonus. Your friends walk out on you. The next guy that says Merry Christmas to me, I'm going to punch him right in the nose. What's the use? Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, turn on the radio, will you? Maybe it'll snap me out of this mood.
Okay.
Eddie, that's Christmas music. Take it off, will you? Get me something with some pep in it.
Okay, I'll try another station.
Eddie, please, I asked you, didn't I?
Well, Miss Archie, I don't think there's anything on the radio but Christmas music.
Well, keep pushing them buttons. There must be something else on the air. Eddie, what are you trying to do? Drive me nuts?
Look there, I'm running out of buttons.
Okay, forget about it. Well, I think we better lock up the place. It's getting late.
Okay. I'll go clean up the kitchen.
All right, do that. This Christmas music. I ain't got enough trouble at this time of the year. They got to put on music that makes them even sadder.
Hello there, Archie.
Huh? Hey, how did you get in here?
Walked in.
That's funny. I thought I just locked the door. It was closing up.
Oh, and maybe I'd better leave.
Listen, you said Archie. How did you know my name?
Well, I've heard about you.
Oh, well, I'm pretty well known around here. Will you have a little drink, bud?
No, I don't think so.
Good, it's on the house.
On the house?
Sure, it's Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, huh?
Well, anyway, it's a day in December. What'll you have?
Well, maybe I'll take a glass of water.
Water here? You kidding? Here, mister, we got some pretty good wine here. At least have a glass of wine, huh? Look, I never seen you around here before. How did you happen to come in here to the tavern?
Oh, I was just walking around, saw the lights, thought I'd drop in. You don't think much of Christmas, do you, Archie?
Oh, you got me wrong. I love it. I wouldn't be without it. Good old Christmas. It's the time of the year when after you work for a guy for 9 years and knock your brains out, he says to you, Merry Christmas, Archie. The time when even your closest friend whoops out on you.
Well, maybe there's another side to Christmas.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, like the look on a kid's face when he sees what Santa Claus has left in his stocking.
Uh-huh.
Or like the feeling in a man's heart when his family's around him on Christmas Eve. You see, Christmas isn't a thing you can reach out and touch, Archie. It's a thing inside us.
Look, bud, I can see you've been running around with a different class of people. Around this neighborhood, every guy is out for himself.
Oh, I don't know. I think this neighborhood and the people are pretty much the same as most others.
Oh, I know he's a stranger.
Well, I could be wrong. Why don't you and I take a little walk?
You mean you want to see for yourself?
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little fresh air will do you good, Archie.
Fresh air? Are you inferring this joint as an incinerator?
Well, no.
Well, it is. Come on, let's go. Hey, Eddie, keep an eye on the joint, will you? Listen to that, will you? Not only don't you only get it over the radio, you can't even walk along a public street with them belting it at you.
I kind of like it.
You like it? Well, everybody to his own poison. Did you ever listen to the words of that tune?
Did you?
I should have had to listen to them all day. All is calm, all is bright. How do you like that? The world is a mess. Everybody has his hand in the other guy's pocket, but don't make no difference to the guy that wrote that song. To him, all is bright.
Well, maybe the guy that wrote that song was thinking about something in men's hearts. Something that shines a little brighter on a day like this. Didn't you ever sing Christmas carols, Archie?
Oh, yeah. Christmas carols, sure, when I was a punk kid and I didn't know no better. But you have to grow up someday.
Now, that's the trouble with a lot of us. Maybe we're not growing up. Maybe we're just losing track of things that matter.
Like what?
Oh, things like faith, tolerance, human kindness.
That's nice. And where does one find them things?
You don't find them, Archie. You give them. And it's a funny thing. The more you give, the more you have. Say, why don't we drop in over there?
Huh?
Across the street.
Across the street? That's a church.
Yeah, I know. Why don't we drop in for a second?
Into a church?
Why not?
But I wouldn't know how to act.
You don't go to church, huh?
Well, no, I'm not rapping it, you know. It's just that there's two types of guys when it comes to going to church. There's them that does and them that don't. I happen to be the type that don't.
Well, now, why don't you just drop in with me for a second?
Well, I guess if I go with somebody else, it won't count against me. Funny thing, now, you know, to take a look at you, I wouldn't figure that you was the religious type.
No?
No, but that's what I say. You never can tell about people. Okay, leave us go in.
Nice in here, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's kind of quiet.
Yeah. I guess this is one of the few places left where you can find peace and quiet.
That's what I can't understand. People just come in here and And they sit. I think they just sit. They don't do nothing.
Oh, yes, they do. They pray, meditate. Some of them even come in here to keep warm.
Couldn't they do that just as well at home?
Maybe some of them don't have a home.
You see? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a pretty tough world.
It'd be tougher if they didn't have a place like this to come to. Didn't you ever pray, Archie?
Oh, sure, when I was a kid. What was that prayer again? They learned us, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, well, you know the thing I mean. But, look, mister, please, leave us get out of here. I'm beginning to get the heebie-jeebies.
All right.
Look, just a second, bud.
What are you doing?
Well, the sign says help the poor, don't it?
I thought you believed in everybody helping themselves.
Well, I do, but tonight maybe I'm a little superstitious.
Or maybe it's just because it's Christmas.
Look, mister, please, don't start with that peace on earth stuff, will you? I told you I'd take you around, show you the neighborhood and what it's really like now. Please, let's keep it that way.
Get your Christmas night edition here, paper.
Just a minute, I want to pick up a paper.
Get your paper.
Yeah, that crippled kid there. Nice kid, Jimmy Turner.
Crippled, huh?
Yeah, he ain't walked in years, but he's always got a smile for everybody, and I like to help him out once in a while.
Paper, read all about it. Get your paper.
Hiya, Jimmy.
Hello, Archie. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, kid.
Well, Jimmy, it's a little tough not being able to walk, isn't it?
I ain't kicking. I can yell. That's all I need for this racket.
What'd you get for Christmas, Jimmy?
Nothing much. But it's okay. I got my Christmas present last summer.
Last summer?
Yeah. One of me customers took me up to the Yankee Stadium to see the Yanks play.
You like the Yanks, Jimmy?
Like 'em. Did you ever see that DiMaggio play ball?
Oh, give me a paper, son.
Okay, mister. Here you are. Latest edition.
Thanks, kid. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, mister.
You were talking about Joe DiMaggio, Jimmy.
Oh, boy, what a ball player. That DiMaggio's the greatest outfielder in the world. And the way that guy can pull him.
Jimmy, do you know who that was who bought the paper just now?
Who?
That was Joe DiMaggio.
You're kidding.
No, look at him. He just stopped there by that streetlight.
Joe DiMaggio? You mean Joe bought a paper from me and I didn't even recognize him?
Wait a minute. Maybe I can get him to come back. Hey, DiMaggio. Hey, DiMaggio. Hey, you.
You calling me?
Yes. You know, you've got quite an admirer in that crippled newsboy over there.
Me?
Yeah. Now look. You're Joe DiMaggio. And if that kid could shake hands with you, it'd be the best Christmas present he ever got. Would you do it?
Of course I will. Be glad to. Come on, let's go over to him.
No, just a minute. Let him walk over to you.
Oh, but, mister, I told you the kid can't walk.
Well, let's find out, Archie. Oh, Jimmy. Joe DiMaggio wants to shake hands with you.
Yeah, come on, Jimmy. Come on over and shake hands.
But, gee, Joe, don't you see? I can't.
Come on, Jimmy.
Joe, I'm walking. Smash. You see what I'm doing, Smash? I'm walking.
I can't understand it. It's positively incredible.
What's the matter?
That kid back there. I seen him sitting in that corner like that for the past 6 years, and tonight the kid is walking.
Maybe he could have walked all the time.
No, he couldn't. You did it. You did it by telling him that was Joe DiMaggio.
It was.
Now, look, you can fool a kid, but don't try to fool me. It couldn't have been DiMaggio.
No?
Certainly not. I just read in the papers this morning DiMaggio was spending Christmas with his family in San Francisco. Hey, look, this thing is getting a little weird.
Nice town, San Francisco.
Huh? Oh. Well, I ain't never been that far west. San Francisco your hometown?
No.
Where you from?
I'm from the east.
The east? What town?
A small town called Bethlehem.
Bethlehem, huh? Hey, you know anybody in Allentown?
I might.
A guy by the name of Lou Grant?
Lou Grant? Does he run a bar and grill on Front Street?
Yeah, that's the guy. Well, you sure get around, don't you? What are you, one of them traveling salesmen or something?
Well, I guess you might call me that. Well, say, what's the excitement? What's the crowd doing in front of that hotel?
Where? Oh, yeah. Hey, lady, what's going on here?
That man up there on the ledge.
Where?
Up there on the window ledge of the hotel. He says he's going to jump at midnight.
Why?
I don't know. I guess he's crazy. He says he never wants to see another Christmas.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can hardly blame the guy. Wait. There goes the chimes. Must be 11:45. Let me check my watch here. Yeah. Guy's got exactly 15 minutes before he jumps. Let's stick around.
Are you sure of the time?
Well, certainly. I always set me watch by them chimes.
Well, how long has he been up there?
Oh, for hours. The police have been trying to find his wife.
His wife?
Yes. They think maybe if they found her, she could talk him out of it.
Come on, Archie.
Where are you going?
I'd like to talk to that fellow.
You're crazy. They ain't going to let you in that hotel. Look at the cops guarding the doorway. Besides, you can't do nothing with a guy like that. He's nuts.
I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay, have it your way. We'll tell the cops we live in a hotel, but I better go along with you.
Hey, wait a minute, you. Where do you think you're going?
We live here. Me and me friend here was just going up to our suite.
You and what, friend?
That guy there. That guy that just walked in.
Nobody walked in this hotel, Bud. And nobody's going to walk in.
Okay, so nobody walked in. What am I going to do, argue with you? I'm telling you, I just come in with the guy.
Look, son, why don't you go home and sleep it off?
Yeah.
Listen, you. Don't come near and try to grab me. If you do, I'll jump.
I'm not going to grab you. I just came to talk to you. To see if maybe I could change your mind.
It's too late to change my mind. As soon as those chimes ring, I'm jumping. I'm not afraid to die.
Maybe you're afraid to live. A lot of people are.
What have I got to live for?
What have any of us got to live for? Look at those people down there on the street, hundreds of them, waiting for a ray of hope, a sign of courage in this frightened world. What you're doing might extinguish the last spark of faith in many of their tired hearts.
Their tired hearts. At least their wives are with them at Christmas. Come on, chimes, ring. Ring. Let's get it over with.
Your wife means a lot to you, doesn't she?
If she didn't, do you think I'd be up here? I haven't had one peaceful moment since she left me.
Well, why did she leave you?
Because I was a fool. But it's too late to think of that. Oh, why don't those chimes ring out and get it over with? What's slowing them up?
Nothing's slowing them up. It's just that in these last moments, the seconds seem like years.
Paul.
Anne.
Yes, darling, it's me.
Oh, Anne.
Paul.
Thank God you've come back.
My darling.
Those chimes. I was going to jump when I heard that.
Yes, I know. I was afraid I was too late. Thank God I got here in time.
Hello, Archie. Glad I found you again.
Hey, it's you. How did you do it, mister? How'd you stop that guy from jumping?
Just talked to him till his wife came. She just got there in time.
Yeah. Funny how she just got there in time, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, heavens, I was looking at my watch, timing it out to see when the guy was going to jump.
So?
Them chimes rang 4 minutes late.
Maybe your watch is slow.
Oh, no, it ain't. Remember, I checked it with the chimes a little while ago, and them bells has never been wrong. Look, come on. Leave us get out of here. I'm getting back to the tavern. This is a little too spooky for me.
Okay, we'll take a cab. There's an empty one.
Where to, fellas?
We want to go to Duffy's Tavern, quick.
Okay. How about a little music?
Wait a minute. There it is. Driver, please. Take that thing off of there, will you? Get something else.
Okay.
Oh, what the use? Leave it on there. Look, mister.
Yeah?
You know something? You stay pretty calm considering all the crazy things that have been happening tonight. It's a little weird. First the newsboy, then the guy on the window ledge.
Well, we all have our troubles, Archie. We all get off the track once in a while. We just need something bigger than ourselves to steer us straight.
You mean something like religion?
Call it that. Call it human kindness, tolerance, understanding.
Begin to see what you mean. Hey, driver, watch out for that guy. Look, don't worry, taxi. It wasn't your fault. The guy walked right out in front of you.
Yeah. Did you see him, mister? He walked right out in front of me.
Let's see how badly he's hurt.
Hey, we better call a cop.
Hey, here comes the cop now.
All right. Stand back. Give the poor devil a chance. Now, what happened here?
Well, the guy walked right out in front of the cab.
Yeah, the driver's right, officer. It wasn't the taxi's fault. We was riding along, and all of a sudden this guy stepped right out in front of the cab. Like he was blind.
Hey, wait a minute. He is a blind man. There's his cane there.
Here, maybe I can help him.
Wait a minute, you. Take your hands off him. It's against the law. Wait till the ambulance gets here.
Against the law to help someone?
You heard me. You never know when you're doing them more harm than good.
All right, officer, just as you say.
Hey, wait a minute. Look. The guy's getting up.
What hit me? The crowd. The noise. I was all confused. Tell me, what? Oh, wait a minute. Lights. And faces. I can see.
Easy now, mister. You'd better not try to get up.
I'm all right, I tell you. And I can see. For the first time since Okinawa, I can see.
I didn't mean to hit you, bud.
You didn't mean to hit him. You done him a favor. The guy says he can see. Hey, the shock must have given back his sight.
No, it wasn't that. Someone touched me. I felt a cool hand. And the minute he touched me, I was all right. Where is he?
Come on, Archie, let's go. We've done all we can.
Well, it certainly is good to be back in the tavern again. I think we better have a little drink, though. You want to finish your wine, Bud?
No, thanks.
You know something? I'm all mixed up.
Mixed up?
Yeah, about this Christmas stuff.
Well, you see, Archie, as I said, Christmas isn't just a date on a calendar. Or a wreath in a window or a song. It's something in men's hearts. They can let it die or keep it in their hearts the year round.
365 days of Christmas. You know, it's a funny thing. If you'd said that to me a little while ago, I'd have laughed in your face. But now I don't know. Wait a second. I'd like to turn on the radio a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, that's a good one. Wonder what happened to that silent night. What do you think of that? All night long they played that same tune and it drove me nuts. Now all of a sudden I got a feeling I'd kind of like to hear it again.
Hey, Mr. Archie. Mr. Archie.
Huh? What is it, Eddie?
I finally got you some dance music on the radio.
Hey, I don't want no dance music. Turn it off, will you?
I wish you'd make up your mind.
Look, mister, until you walked in here today, Hey, Eddie, what happened to that guy I was talking to?
Well, nobody talking to you.
You're nuts. He was standing here at the bar. He came in with me.
Mr. Archie, please, there's nobody here.
No? Maybe it was all... Hey, you sure that there was nobody here?
No. Must have been seeing things.
Maybe you're right. Wait a minute. This glass of wine here. The glass is half empty.
Huh?
Nothing, Eddie, nothing. Just leave me alone for a little while, will you?
Okay. Good night, Miss Archie.
Good night, Eddie. Eddie?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
Oh, thanks, Miss Dodger. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Good night.
Night. Christmas. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
To you with every good wish for a very merry, a very happy Christmas.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Thursday was Thanksgiving, as that fresh cranberry stain on your vest will indicate, and today we find Chester A. Riley thankful that it's all over. But a few days before Thanksgiving, Riley was singing a different tune as he was walking home from work with his friend, neighbor, and co-worker, Jim Gillis.
Hey, wait, Gillis. Let's go down this street here. I got to pick up our Thanksgiving turkey at Al's Meat Market.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. My honeybee told me to pick ours up.
Ah, great guy, Al. You know, in our house, all four of us like the drumstick, and nobody likes the whatchamacallit. So this year, Al promised to give me a turkey with 4 drumsticks.
How is that possible? One turkey with 4 drumsticks?
Yeah, well, with Al, it's easy. Some other customer will get a turkey with no drumsticks and 2 whatchamacallits. You know, I love Thanksgiving, Gillis.
Yeah, me too. It's nice to stay home and bask on the bosom of the family.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky compared to other guys. We got something to be thankful for. After all, we've got our health.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
We each got fine kids who are married to 2 fine, plain, home-loving girls.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
You know, Gillis, we might have married a couple of flashy dames just for their looks. You know the type, those luscious blondes with those gorgeous figures, but we didn't.
That's something to be thankful for.
And that ain't all. I'm thankful for the good friends I got. Like you, Gillis. A guy couldn't ask for no better friend than you. You're wonderful.
I love you too, Riley. I feel like we're more than just friends. We're brothers.
Oh, we're more than brothers. We're sisters. Under the skin. I'll never forget what you did that time our house burned down and we had no place to live.
Ah, what did I do? So I let your family live in my house for a couple of weeks. Any noble-type person would have did the same.
Yeah, but you only charged us $4 a day, the ceiling price.
Well, one good thing deserves another. I was just paying you back for that time 5 years ago when I needed that blood transfusion to save my life. I'll never forget how you offered your blood.
Oh, it was nothing. I just called up the blood bank and told them to give you a pint out of the quart I gave them.
I know, Riley, but it ain't your blood. It's the thought behind it.
Gillis, I got a great idea. Why don't you and the family have Thanksgiving dinner at our house? We'll all give thanks together.
Hey, that's a super pipe idea. I'll bring over our turkey and all the trimmings.
Great. Oh, boy, what a Thanksgiving we'll have. 2 turkeys, 2 dishes of cranberry sauce, 2 boats of gravy, 2 pumpkin pies, 2 big cigars to smoke after dinner.
And 2 wives to do the dirty dishes.
Chester Riley, how could you go and invite the Gillises for Thanksgiving dinner without telling me? I'd like to feed my guests, and we've only got 1 small turkey.
Relax, Peg, relax. I also invited their turkey.
Oh. Oh, no. No, it's not right to let guests bring food. Now, we'll buy
Dublin, it's real holiday spirit. When we sit down to eat, it won't be their food or our food. It'll be all for one and everybody for himself. You'll have fun.
Oh, I don't mind Mr. Gillis, but Mrs. Gillis is an awful pill.
Now, see here, Babs. You're talking about my best friend's wife. Honeybee Gillis is not a pill.
Bob's right. She's long and skinny. She's more like a capsule.
Junior.
You watch that fresh talk, Junior. You ain't getting so big that I can't get your mother to spank you.
I'm sorry, Pop, but that Egbert Gillis is murder. And when he sits down at the table, he eats like a wolf.
I said stop it. Just remember, that wolf happens to be the cub of my best friend. Now, it's all settled. The Gillises are coming to dinner. My head's made up.
Hurry up, Riley. We'll be late for work.
So anyway, Gillis, when I told Peg and the kids that you and the family is coming over for Thanksgiving dinner, they was thrilled. You know what they said?
How should I know what they said? I ain't the kind of a next-door neighbor goes around eavesdropping.
Well, they said, Riley, that's a wonderful idea.
Oh, fine. And tell Junior not to worry. I'll see that my Egbert don't eat like a wolf.
Gillis, you heard.
Well, ever since that cut-rate dentist filled my tooth with copper, my ears pick up like a radio. Now, come on. If we're late once more this month, the boss will blow his top.
Oh, quit worrying. Mr. Stevenson went out of town for Thanksgiving.
No, he's staying here. Only his family went away. The chauffeur told me.
Oh, well, then we better snap it up.
Hi, fellas.
Hiya, Sharky.
Hi.
Heard the news? Botkin quit his job.
You mean the foreman, Benzedrine Botkin?
Yeah.
No kidding. Who's going to be the new foreman?
Nobody knows yet. Stevenson is going to announce somebody after Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's a great job. I wonder who's going to get it.
Yeah, I wonder.
Every guy in the plant is angling for it. All sorts of schemes going on. Well, I got to go, fellas.
Hey, Sharky, what's that you got wrapped in that newspaper?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Just some petunias I picked for the boss's desk.
Ain't that disgusting, Riley? What some guys won't do just to butter up the boss.
Positively sickening. Now, me, I don't mind putting in 8 hours of hard work for Stevenson, and I'll gladly work overtime for time and a half. But when it comes to playing up to him, I draw the line. That's when I revolt.
I'm with you, pal. I revolt, too.
Yes, sir. We're both revolting.
Hello, Stevenson speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Gillis. I just heard you're going to be a bachelor on Thanksgiving. Me and the family would love to have you break bread on us.
Well, say, that's awfully nice of you, Gillis. I think I can... hold on a minute, will you? My other phone's ringing. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Ratty. What are you doing for dinner on Thanksgiving?
You invited Mr. Stevenson?
Well, sure. He'll let me know definite tomorrow, but he'll come. Yes, sir. I'm out to get that foreman's job, Dumplin', and this will cinch it.
Oh, how?
While you're stuffing his stomach with turkey, I'll be stuffing his head about how good I am.
Oh, but you can't do that, especially with the Gillises here.
Oh, the Gillises won't be here. I'll uninvite them.
You couldn't do that. It isn't fair.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a double cross, but this may be the break of my lifetime. And after all, I'm not double-crossing just anybody. I'm doing it to my best friend.
But, honeybee, don't you get it? I invite the big boss here to dinner, I get in good with him, and the next day I'm foreman.
But you promised to go to the Riley.
Oh, I'll get out of that pooch face. This is a crucial thing. Now leave everything to me, vision of loveliness. Hey, Riley.
Oh, hiya, Gillis. I was just coming over to see you, pal.
I was just coming over to see you, Riley, my friend.
Listen, chum. About this joint Thanksgiving dinner over at my joint. I was thinking...
That's funny, Riley. So was I.
Yeah, I thought maybe we ought to call it off.
Oh, you was?
Yeah. You see, Gillis, I figured the best way to keep a friendship going is not to get too friendly.
Well, you got a good point there in your head.
In fact, it's very dangerous to get together Thanksgiving. I can see just what's going to happen. You'll come over with your wife and Egbert and your turkey. And there's me and my wife and kids in our turkey. It's very crowded.
Where am I sitting?
On the piano stool. Very uncomfortable. And everybody's nerves is on edge. First thing you know, my junior says to your Egbert, "Hey, Egghead, don't eat like a wolf."
Yeah, and then my Egbert takes a poke at your junior and gives him a bloody nose.
Right. And then my wife comes in, takes one look at Junior and yells, "Junior, wipe that cranberry sauce off your face."
But then she finds out what happened, so she turns on my honeybee.
That's right. And Peg says, "Really, honeybee, you might teach that brat of yours some manners." And then, naturally, your honeybee turns on my Peg.
Well, naturally. And she tells your wife off, but good.
And then I got to stick up for Peg, so I say, "Pipe down, honeybee, you're nothing but a pill." And that gets you sore, Gillis.
Why, that's what I always say. Oh! Yeah. I'm fine enough, so I say, "See here, Riley, I'm the only one can insult my wife." And then I pick up a turkey leg and throw it at you.
And I throw a whatchamacallit at you.
Right in the eye I get it. So I say to you, "Listen, you big baboon."
Who's a big baboon, Gillis, I say?
You are, you weasel, I say.
Well, if that's the way you feel, beat it. Go on, take your wife and your kid and your turkey and your stuffing.
Okay, I'm going. You know, if that's the way it's going to be, Riley, we better call this dinner off.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gillis.
Well, so long, pal.
Hello, chum. Happy Thanksgiving. We need some more rivets, Gillis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, quitting time, Riley.
Yeah, okay. You know, I sure am glad we called off our Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, much better we should each have a quiet dinner with no headaches, except our wives.
Yeah, you're right.
Riley.
Mr. Stevenson, what's he doing in the shop?
Riley, I want to thank you again for your invitation for Thanksgiving dinner.
Why, you double-crossing snake.
And Gillis, I want to thank you for your invitation.
Gillis, why, you're a bigger snake than I am.
Well, what's the trouble, boys?
So that's why you wanted to get out of our joint dinner.
Well, what about you?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Were you planning to have Thanksgiving dinner together?
Well, yes, only we...
Well, fine. That solves everything. I can accept both of your invitations at the same time. So go right ahead with your original plans and count me in. See you tomorrow at 3.
What a revolting development this is.
I thought your boss was coming here for dinner.
No saccharine lips. That's all changed now. We're all going to eat at Riley's.
Oh, but Egbert's been invited to Artie Meyer's house.
Good. Maybe it's better my boss don't see our Egbert. Things are tough enough.
Well, all right, we'll go. Even if it is Riley's house, you can still drop a few hints about the foreman's job.
Oh, no, that's out. Riley and me made an honorable deal. And hinting wouldn't be croquette.
I guess you're right. It's not the honest thing to do.
But I got a better plan. We're bringing a turkey, and Riley's got a turkey. But what do we need 2 turkeys for?
Well, yes, one will be enough for 7 people, especially the portions Riley serves.
So I'll sell our gobbler and buy the boss a box of his favorite cigars. That'll put us in salad.
Oh, Gypsy, you're so
But, Dumplin', it's so simple. Gillis is bringing a turkey, and we got a turkey. What do we need 2 turkeys for?
Well, yes, it is a lot, and today with the food shortage.
Sure, so I'll sell our turkey and buy the boss a cigar lighter. It's patriotic to save food, and the boss will love me for that lighter.
Well, now wait, Riley.
Poor Gillis. I bet he'd love to borrow my brain.
Well, I don't like it, Riley. It's underhanded, and it's just not fair.
I know, Peg, but you don't understand. This is business. And the business world, it's like a jungle. Beast against beast. That's the only way to get ahead. So don't you worry. When I'm foreman, you'll give thanks that you're married to a beast like me.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, millions are asking for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Of course, Prell's popular for two reasons.
First, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film.
Second, Prell's a wonder for unsightly dandruff. Yes, Prell removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And that handy Prell tube's popular, too. No messy jars, no waste or spill.
A little makes mountains of lather. So for hair radiantly clean, hair free of unsightly dandruff, ask for...
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
By Prell. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Well, got the table all set.
Oh, it looks beautiful, Babs. Hey, where's the carving knife?
Oh, here it is, Pop.
I wonder if it's sharp enough. Junior, bend your head down.
Riley! Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, don't get excited. I just want one hair.
Now, who left the door open like that? Oh, shut that.
No. Leave it open.
Well, why, Daddy?
Well, Gillises' hands will be so full carrying his turkey, he won't be able to ring the bell.
Oh, don't be silly. Shut it back.
Say, I almost forgot the champagne. Where's the champagne?
Oh, here, Daddy.
Junior, empty the ashes out of the bucket and fill it with ice. I'll put the champagne in it. I want the boss to have everything like he has at home. Oh, this champagne's great stuff. Imported from San Diego.
Oh, that must be the Gillises.
Happy Thanksgiving, folks.
Oh, Mr. Gillis.
Come in, Gillis, old pal. I hope you've run your appetite.
Don't worry, Riley. I'll gorge up my quota of victuals.
Hello, Mr. Gillis.
Hi.
Gillis, you're alone?
Oh, no. Honeybee went into your kitchen.
Oh, naturally.
Boy, that turkey smells delicious.
Oh, yeah, I smell it, too. That aroma sure has a wonderful odor.
Well, I don't smell any turkey.
So, Ted, where's your nose? Why, the air is reeking with it.
It certainly is. Pardon me while I drool.
Well, I better give Honeybee a hand in the kitchen. Oh, there's Mr. Stevenson.
Now, remember, Gillis, no hinting about the job.
Not a word.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stevenson. Come
Hi,
on.
boys.
Hi there, Chief.
Well, Junior, Barbara.
Hello, let me take your coat.
Thank you, Barbara.
Here, sit down, boss. Make yourself at home in my chair.
What Gillis means is make yourself at home in my chair. In my home.
I hope I'm not too early, Riley.
Oh, no, you're just in time. We were all waiting for you, including the turkey.
Turkey. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water.
Riley, give the boss a blotter.
Now, shall we sit down, Peg? Huh?
Yes, dear, I'm all ready.
Oh, good.
Hello there, everybody.
Hello, honeybee.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson, charmed, simply charmed.
Pleasure to see you, Mrs. Gillis.
Well, shall we sit down, Honeybee? Yes, by all means, darling. Well, let's see. You sit here, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
And, let's see. Honeybee and Miss Gillis there. And Ronnie sits there.
Yeah.
Oh, and Babs and Junior. Oh,
Here, Mr. Stevenson. Here, Mr. Stevenson, you do the carving. Huh?
Oh, no, I couldn't, Riley.
Oh, go on. You're good at cutting salaries. Try it on a turkey.
Well, all right. Well, I'm all set. Bring on the turkey.
Okay, bring on the turkey.
Yep, bring on the turkey.
All right, Honeybee, bring on the turkey. Sammy, where is it, Peggy, dear? Why, in the kitchen where you put it. I didn't put it anywhere. Where'd you put it, darling?
Something wrong, folks? Why, don't worry, boss. We'll track it down. Gillis, where's the turkey you brought?
Oh, I didn't tell you. I didn't bring any.
You didn't?
Well, where's the turkey you had?
Well, that's right. I didn't tell you. We ain't got it. Oh. You see, we thought you were...
Oh, dear. Oh, my.
Gypsy, run down to the delicatessen and see if you can get some turkey. Hurry.
Okay, sit tight. Excuse me a minute, folks.
Riley, say something.
I read in a magazine once that sardines have got more vitamins than all...
How's school coming, Junior?
Oh, fine, Mr. Stevenson.
Nice weather for Thanksgiving, isn't it? Wonder how Cornell make out against Penn. I was thinking of going to see the new play at the Madison tonight, but I hear it's in Turkey. Oh, come now, folks. Just because there's been a little mishap with the turkey doesn't mean we all have to be so glum. Who wants this carving knife?
Oh, you can't imagine how embarrassed I am, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, please don't be. Worse things can happen.
Yeah, the boss is right. Why, if somebody walked in now and saw us sitting here like this, they'd think this was a funeral.
Speak for yourself, John.
Digger, it's you.
Yes, it is I. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. You're looking fine. Very hungry.
Why didn't you ring the bell, Digger?
Well, I came in through the kitchen. You see,
This is my boss, Mr. Carl Stevenson. Boss, Digger Odell.
How do you do?
Carl Stevenson. Well, as I live and breathe, if you'll pardon the expression. Glad to know you, sir. One of my dearest cronies was your late uncle, Rufus Q. Stevenson, the pawnbroker.
Oh, yes, good old Uncle Rufus.
A fine man. He once helped me out of a hole. I've always regretted I couldn't do the same for him.
We were almost going to have a little Thanksgiving dinner, Digger.
Thanksgiving. My favorite holiday. Started by the Pilgrims, one of whom was my ancestor, Roger Odell.
Really?
Yes. He started the family profession, a stone's throw from Plymouth Rock.
Gee, a pilgrim.
The very day they landed, they were attacked by a ferocious band of Iroquois. And Roger Odell personally made 50 Indians bite the dust.
Wait a minute, Digger. He killed 50 Indians?
No, the others killed them, but Odell made them bite the dust. Well, toodaloo.
Oh, we'd ask you to stay for dinner, Mr. Odell.
Oh, no, thank you. My family and I were invited at the last minute to be the guests of J.J. Gabriel.
Oh, yeah. He's the town's biggest undertaker.
Oh, yes. He does a land office business.
You're eating dinner at his place?
I have to for business reasons. So I brought you over our turkey, all cooked and ready to serve.
Digger! You brought us a turkey?
Yes, I laid it out in the kitchen.
Oh, Digger, you saved my life.
I did? Well, after all, it's a holiday.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Odell.
I really must go. Gabriel is waiting for me outside. That's Gabriel now. And you know me. When Gabriel blows his horn, I come a-running. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Boy, Digger sure saved our life with this turkey, eh? Gillis, can't you eat quieter? You sound like a super chief.
On my word, Mrs. Riley, I haven't had a meal like this in years.
Neither have we.
Oh. That's no way to talk.
Don't yell at the boy, Dumplin'. He only means we can't eat like this every day with the salary I get on the job I got now. Have some more of my turkey, boys. Huh?
Hey, Riley, no hinting.
Huh?
Here, boys, have one of my radishes.
No, thank you, really.
How about a little more pie? Here, take mine.
No, take mine. I ain't bitten into mine yet.
More coffee, boss?
Please, boys, not another morsel. All I want now is to fall into a soft chair and smoke a good cigar.
Oh, well, here, smoke a whole box.
With my love. Well, light him with this nifty lighter, right from my heart.
Well, boys, this is very nice of you, but you really shouldn't have done it. I don't expect any present.
Oh, forget it, boys.
Well, shall we go in the other room?
Yeah, no, wait. Let's drink a toast.
Good idea. What do we drink to?
Let's drink to the health and happiness of the new foreman.
Oh, then you know Riley.
Well, I sort of guess.
You know too, Gillis?
Well, I know what a great executive you are, boss. So there's only one man you could pick. Get ready, honeybee.
I'm so excited.
Well, I'm glad you men like the man of my choice. So here's luck to the new foreman, Joe Beamish.
And to Joe Beamish. Joe Beamish? Joe Beamish?
Yes, Joe Beamish. Fine fellow. Oh, Gillis, hand me that ashtray, please.
Get it yourself.
Don't be rude.
Something wrong? Riley, what's the matter?
What's the matter? Making Joe Beamish foreman. After all we did for you, some gratitude.
What Riley's saying, I'm endorsing in spaceship.
Now, wait.
When you opened up the plant and you couldn't get no help, who gave up a good job to go and work for you? We did. But where was Joe Beamish?
Go on, Riley. Give it to him good.
Right in front of me.
But Riley...
And during the war, we could have gotten better jobs for more pay, but we stuck with you. And where was Joe Beamish then?
He was flying a plane over Germany.
Germany. That's a fine place to be with a war going on. Oh, that Joe Beamish. The one who was wounded?
Yes. He's out of the hospital now. And he uses that artificial leg just fine. Besides that, he has seniority, and he's a fine worker.
You couldn't have picked a better man, boss.
I'm sorry if I've disappointed you fellas.
Oh, you didn't, Mr. Stevenson. What Riley says, I agree with him.
Honest, I ain't disappointed either. Joe Beamish deserves the job.
That's the way to talk, dear. I don't mind if you're not foreman.
Oh, sure. Why should you mind, Dumpling? After all, you got plenty to be thankful for as it is. You're still young and good-looking. You got a son who's handsome. You got a daughter who's gorgeous. And you got a husband who... if there's any more turkey left, I'll have to whatchamacallit.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. The Wonder Shampoo. That's what they say about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Fair Lawn, New Jersey, Mrs. P.S. Keller writes,
I am so pleased with the results of my Prell shampoo. Even in our hard water, Prell really worked wonders. Left my hair clean and soft, nicely manageable.
Yes, one trial, and you'll agree, Prell's a wonder for two reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Second, Prell leaves hair radiantly lovely. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, it ended up a nice dinner after all, didn't it, honeybee?
Simply scrumptious.
And even if we ain't foreman, we're still friends. Hey, Riley? Through thick and thin.
Yes, Sir Gillis, and believe me, they don't come any thicker than us.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix can currently be seen in the Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Shep and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
She was the Duchess' daughter, her finery looked just so. She washed them all as you water, with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. The soap that's so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash your dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind of fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. Make suds instantly in lukewarm, even in cool water. Your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps pretty lingerie and other nice things lovely longer.
Oh, wonderful Ivory Snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I don't get Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum is a little worried over the fact that Diogenes Smith found out he had ruined the package of pamphlets he was supposed to deliver to the man at the county seat. However, his worries are somewhat overshadowed by his new activities as air raid warden. He appointed Mousy Gray as one of his watchers and put him on duty all last night. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Abner has just returned after making the deliveries. Listen.
Hey, Doggy Lum, I'm plumb wore out. I ain't used to making them delivers no more, you know it?
Oh, you back already, Abner?
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't have Mousy for one of your night airplane watchers. I don't want to have to do his work in the daytime.
Well, this is for a good cause, Abner. Besides, he won't be on duty every night. Just a couple of nights a week's all. He ought to be getting down here pretty soon to make his report.
And I hope he gets down before the afternoon deliver. What you filing on there, Lum?
Oh, nothing.
It looks like a badge. What kind of badge is it?
Oh, it's just my air raid warden's badge. I'm supposed to wear this on my uniform.
Oh.
By the way, how does my cap look now?
Your cap?
Yeah, see, I printed air raid warden on a piece of cardboard and glued it over where it said Porter.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't noticed that. That looks good. What are you filing the badge for, Lum? Is it too big?
Yeah, that's it. Too big.
Well, hold it up once. Let me see how big it is.
Abner, I wish you'd stop being so nosy.
Why, that says game warden on there. I thought you said that was an air raid warden's badge.
Well, government must have made a mistake and sent me the wrong kind.
Well?
So now I got to file that word game off and study up some way to get air raid on there. Of course, I could send it back to the government, but I don't want to put them to no extra bother.
No, the government never sent you that. You bought that when you went into the county seat yesterday, now didn't you?
Abner, I ain't allowed to reveal military information that way. Now, don't ask no more questions, or I'll report you to somebody. To me, I think.
All right. How'd you get along with the county seat this time, Lum? Did you get the pamphlets delivered to the fella all right?
Oh, yeah. And of course, he looked right away to see if the package was dry. He gave me an awful suspicious look.
He did, huh? Reckon how Diogenes found out about that other package getting all wet.
Grannies, I don't know. He must have some kind of a super unnatural powers. He knows mighty nigh everything that goes on around here.
Oh, yeah. Feller can't be too careful around that Diogenes, I'll tell you that.
He must have deputies all over watching everything we do.
More likely.
And I almost wish we hadn't started that contest for the most honest and kind and generous person in Pine Ridge.
Me too.
Of course, $10,000.
Wait a minute, here comes Mousy. Doggies now won't have to make the afternoon delivers.
Well, you better put up the orders for him, though, Abner, because he's got to make his report to me.
Well, that won't take long.
Well, it might. I told him to write out a full report of everything he's seen during the night. Now, Granny, I'm going to do this job right.
Well, can I listen to the report?
Of course not. This is confidential stuff.
Oh.
You get to work and don't listen.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, howdy, Mousie. Wonderful world.
Wonderful world, Yeah, wonderful world, Mousy.
You get to work, Abner.
I'm going.
Well, Mousie, did you catch up on your sleep all right?
Well, I didn't get very much sleep, Lum. See, I've been working awful hard on my report.
Well, that's good. That's the kind of watchers I need.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and read what all you've written down there.
Well, I looked at my watch all the time and just put down everything that happened when it happened.
Well, good for you.
Starts out here, let's see, I've got it right here. 12 o'clock midnight. All is dark.
Wait a minute, better start that out by saying official watcher number 6Q29 reporting.
6Q29?
Yeah, that's going to be your number from now on.
Yes, sir, I'll put that down here right now. Official watcher number 6Q29 reporting. 12 o'clock midnight. All is dark and foreboding. Sky is heavy with clouds. No stars are visible. Among stars not visible are Big Dipper, Little Dipper, North Star.
I don't care about how many stars you can't see. Get on to the important stuff, Mousie.
Yes, sir. 12:15. Still dark and gloomy. A hoot owl hoots. It is a very mournful sound. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo.
I know what an owl sounds like, Mousie. Skip over that part.
Yes, sir. 12:20. Once again, the hoot owl hoots. 12:25. Hoot owl hoots again. 12:27. Hoot owl.
Is that all you got in that report is hoot owls hooting?
No, sir. This next one is different, Mom. 12:31. I make a friendly gesture and hoot back at the owl.
For goodness sake.
12:36. The owl hoots twice, and I respond. 12:39. I hoot 3 times, and the owl responds. 12:41.
For land's sakes, Mousie, I don't care nothing about any of that stuff. You're supposed to watch for airplanes and any suspicious things you happen to see.
Yes, sir. Well, I wanted to put the owl in my report, Lum, because he was so friendly all night, and he just seemed like a mother to me.
Yeah, I know. Everything seems like a mother to you.
Yes.
But how about airplanes? Did you see any of them flying over?
Well, only the mail plane, but I never put that down because Diogenes was on duty then.
Diogenes?
Yes, sir.
Did he come out of his printing shop and take over for you?
Yes, sir. He came out about 2 o'clock, just about the time the car drove by.
The car? Whose car?
Well, I don't know, Lum. It was so dark last night I couldn't tell. All I know was that Diogenes waved his lantern at the car. He said he always waved his lantern at strangers in the night because it was a beacon of friendship, he said.
Yeah, it sounds like him all right. All us doing something for others.
Yes, sir.
Did the car stop?
No, sir. Not then.
What do you mean, not then?
Well, after it had gone past, why, Diogenes said that I should go home and get some hot coffee and warm myself up while he stood guard for me.
There's awful thoughty of him.
So I went home, but I didn't want to wake Gussie up by making a lot of noise in the kitchen, and I just turned around and walked back. And that's when I saw the car again. Or at least I figured it was the same car.
Well, had it stopped somewhere then?
Yes, sir, right here in front of the Jot 'em Down store. And Diogenes was talking to the driver.
Oh, more than likely telling him about the lantern of friendship and all.
Yes.
Could you see who the driver was?
No, sir, it was too dark, Lum, and, well, the car was heading the other way, so all I could see was just the fellow's back. And once when Diogenes held up his lantern, why, I saw him hand the driver a big package of those pamphlets.
Pamphlets?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Grannies, I wonder if he's got another circulating manager. More than likely somebody trying to get my job. What else did you see?
Well, I'm not sure, Lum, but it looked like the driver got out his billfold and handed Diogenes a lot of money.
Money?
Yes, sir.
For goodness sakes. Well, that feller, whoever he is, must be awful anxious to get my job away from me if he's willing to pay for it.
Yes, sir.
Grannies, I got to find out more about this. Did Diogenes know you was watching him?
No, sir, I don't think so. I stood back in the shadow of the store and waited till after the car had driven away.
Well, did you ask Diogenes anything about it after you joined him later?
Well, I didn't get a chance, Lum. He said he had to go back to the feed room and start the presses rolling again to turn out the golden words of honesty, I believe he called them, and he left right away.
About what time was that?
Well, let's see, I've got it right here. That was 2:29 a.m., and then at 2:31 a.m., the owl hooted twice, and I responded. At 2:37...
Mousy, forget that hoot owl stuff. This other might be serious.
Yes, sir.
We should have got a look at the feller driving the car. Was he big or little or what?
Well, I don't know, Lum. It was awful dark. All I was able to get was just the license number on the car.
The license?
Yes.
Well, good. That's the best thing you could have got, Mousy. Good for you. What was the number?
Well, let's see. I wrote it down here. It was an Arkansas number. Here it is. X96ZOO.
Arkansas, huh?
Hi, Doggy, that number could belong to somebody right here in Pine Ridge, Lum.
Abner, you ain't supposed to be listening to this report.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Reckon whose license number that is?
I don't know.
Well, now, if that number don't belong to somebody in town here, it at least has to be right here in this county.
I agree, Abner, there's something curious going on around here, and I wished I knowed what it was.
Huh?
If I didn't know Diogenes was such a right-living feller, I might suspicion him of something. I don't know what, though.
Well, it does look sort of funny, don't it?
Yeah. I can understand how some snake in the weeds would try to pay Diogenes to get the circulating manager job, because that sort of gives you the inside track on winning the $10,000 prize.
Sure.
But what I can't understand is why Diogenes would take the money. He's rich. He don't need it.
Why, no. Fact is, I even recollect him saying that he never liked money. Wait a minute. There comes Cedric.
Huh?
Hi, Doggies, he's just a fella you want to see, too, Lum.
What do you mean I want to see him?
Why, that Cedric knows every license number of every car in town by heart. He sat down there at that gasoline station for hours at a time, memorizing them.
Yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Why, sure. Hi, Doggies, maybe we'll find out something. Well, howdy, Cedric. Come on in.
Wonderful world.
Yeah, wonderful world, Cedric. Say, Cedric, whose license number is, what's that number, Lum?
Mousy's got it wrote down there. What is it, Mousy?
It's, X96ZOO.
Oh, that's easy. That's mine.
What that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly, Bob Mosier, and Bob Ross, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Millie Bruce, Mel Blanc, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Freeman Gosden. For a long time now, whenever my partner and I hear our friends talking about the kind of vitamins they're taking, we break into the conversation with just two words: Rexall Plenamins. We do that because we and our families have learned for ourselves that Plenamins are one of the best balanced vitamin formulas you can buy. So if you are looking for a multivitamin product that you can depend on, try Plenamins. That's Plenamins, Plenamins. They're at every Rexall drugstore.
One of the great American family games is guessing what the new neighbors are going to be like. Well, the apartment across the hall from the Kingfishes has been rented. And right now, the Kingfish and his mother-in-law are peeking out the window watching the moving van as it's being unloaded.
Mama dear, would you kindly remove that big fat torso so I can get a look?
Mind your business, Baldy.
Listen, Mama, the way that stomach of yours is overlapping the sill there, people are going to think we got a bay window around here.
Would you both come away from the window? It's so embarrassing.
Well, they got most of the stuff unloaded anyway.
Did they have some nice things?
Oh, yes, daughter. Mostly antiques.
Yeah, they had some chairs with peculiar legs on them, legs that bulged out and then come in again. Had a lot of knobs on them. They a lot like your mama's there.
was like Duncan Fife legs.
Well, I don't know. I ain't never seen old man Fife with his pants rolled up.
Now, look at here, son-in-law. Don't you go find no fault with my figure, because you ain't no Adonis.
What you talking about?
Well, look at that shape of yours. You're all head and stomach. You look like two bowling balls held together with baling wire.
Well, now, wait a minute here. If you think...
George, that's enough of that. I was thinking, as soon as the new neighbors get settled across the hall, we'll go over and introduce ourselves.
Yeah, well, I better be the one to introduce myself. Now, I noticed they had a lot of nice stuff on that van.
Well, what you getting at, George?
Well, now, I'll go over, introduce myself, and ask them if there's any little things that I can do for them. That'll throw them off balance, you see. And before they recovers, I'll be in there borrowing stuff right and left.
Now, George?
Honey, it's the only way to do it. Now, I'll get him like a sitting duck. I tell you what, wait a minute, I'll get it. Yeah?
How do you do? I'm Mr. Jackson. We're moving in across the hall.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just coming over to see you. Tell me, Mr. Jackson. Is there any little thing that we can do for you?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is. We haven't unpacked yet, and I have a list here. I wonder if I could borrow 1 mop and pail, 2 cakes of soap, some cleaning powder, a vacuum cleaner, a bottle of milk, and... Oh, yes, our water isn't turned on. I wonder if my wife could come over and rinse out a few things in your bathroom.
Holy smoke, the sitting duck done shot me.
Well, how you getting along with the new neighbors, Kingfish?
Well, Andy, they moved in a week ago, and they've been borrowing steady ever since. When I goes into their apartment, I feels more at home than I does in my own.
Yeah, well, that's an awful thing, having somebody move next door to you that is worse than you people's is.
Well, Andy, this fella is the sneakingest moocher you don't ever see it.
Yeah,
He's the type that come over and say that they're just about to sit down at dinner and discover that they ain't got no sugar for their coffee. And while you getting the sugar, he makes the discovery that they ain't got no coffee. From then on, he's like Columbus. He discovers they ain't got no bread, meat, or vegetables. And by the time he's finished, you find out as far as eating was concerned, the only thing they had was the desire.
Yeah, well, I know how it is with them moochers. I had a fellow once live next door to me that was always borrowing things. One night he wanted to borrow him a car. I give him that. Then he come back and borrowed $5 for gasoline.
Yeah, pretty nervous fella, huh?
Yeah, but the payoff was when he called back and wanted to know what my gal was doing that night. Well, I tell you something, when it comes to moochers, there ain't no worse moocher than a smooch moocher.
Well, these Jacksons are something on top of everything else. They got a dog over there. One of them German shepherds, you know.
Yeah.
Stands about 4 feet high. Got a set of teeth like Caesar Romero.
Well, you done mentioned the fella and the dog. What is Mrs. Jackson like?
Well, I ain't met her yet, Andy. She does most of her borrowing during the daylight hours. The other night she borrowed Sapphire's only evening dress. She really stretched the thing out of shape.
She did, huh?
Yeah, where Sapphire was, she wasn't, and where Sapphire wasn't, she was. Just come back with more lumps in it than a slab of peanut brittle,
Yeah, well, what you gonna do about the situation, Kingfish?
Well, I'm gonna put a stop to it. From here in, the only thing that the Jacksons gonna exchange with us is sneers.
Oh, George, I'm glad you're home. I just baked this pan of biscuits. Would you take them over to Miss Jackson?
Biscuits? No, we ain't being nice to the Jacksons no more. Our good Samaritan days is over. I ain't doing it.
George, take these biscuits over to Miss Jackson.
What did you say?
I said take these biscuits over to Miss Jackson.
That's what I thought you said. I'll be right back, honey. Oh, me. I ought to throw these biscuits right in their face, but I know Sapphire's biscuits can do more damage if they eat them. Well, here's the door. I wonder what this Miss Jackson's like. If she's anything like her husband, she probably got a face on her like a sick beaver. I'll bet that...
Yes, may I help you?
Is Mrs. Jackson home?
Why, I'm Mrs. Jackson.
You mean a cute little thing like you? I mean a pretty little, that is the thing you got
Oh, you must be the Mr. Stevens from across the hall. Do come in.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, you brought these biscuits over for little old me. How perfectly darling of you.
Yes, it was, darling. I mean, wasn't it? I tell you, see, I seen my wife making a batch, and I say that we must bring some over to the Jacksons. That's what I done said.
Well, thank you again. Here, let me put the biscuits down. Oh, Mr. Stevens, I see your tie is a little crooked. Let me straighten it out. There we are.
Could you use a strawberry shortcake?
Lovely. Now, just let me put the biscuits in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, the Jacksons appear to be much more charming people than I thought they was. They're still unpacking here. They got a lot of open suitcases all over the living room. Fella got some nice shirts here. Feel like nice material, too. Uh-oh. What's this under the shirts here? Look at there, a loaded pistol. Holy mackerel. I got out of there faster than I thought I did. I'll just have to send Sapphire back for my shoes.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Bismarex, for example. This famous antacid with the exclusive Rexall formula often neutralizes excess stomach acidity in 1 minute, and its ingredients work in a continuous relay so that the relief they give is prolonged. Remember to ask for Bismarex, Bisma-Rex, Bismarex, at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
I don't care if you did see a gun. Mr. Jackson probably has it around for some logical reason.
Oh, sure, yeah. The boy probably counting on going deer hunting up and down Lenox Avenue. I tell you, he's got a criminal fierce. Look at them ears of his, flat against his head.
George, that ain't no sign he's a criminal.
Certainly it is. You only get ears like that from sticking them through bars. I tell you, he is some kind of a crook.
George, this is all supposition. You don't know if any of this is true about Mr. Jackson. I think he's a very fine character myself. Mama's going to be out this evening, and I've invited Mr. and Mrs. Jackson to drop over tonight for a social evening.
What? You bringing that gun-toting monster in here? I won't have it.
George, they already been invited.
Well, if that's the case, I ain't taking no chances. I'm going to have Andy up here.
Well, what do you want Andy Brown here for?
Well, I want someone to help me keep an eye on that Jackson. And besides that, if he starts shooting, I want to have something else for him to shoot at while I'm going down the fire escape.
It's so nice of you and Mr. Jackson to come over this evening.
Thank you. It was so nice of you to ask us.
Yes, it certainly was. And it's nice meeting you, Mr. Brown.
Likewise.
By the way, I don't see Mr. Stevens. Where is he this evening?
Here I is, over behind Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mr. Stevens? I couldn't see Mohammed for the mountain.
Oh, Wilbur is so clever.
Oh, yes. I've always been quick on the trigger.
Help me up off the floor, Andy, will you?
Go on. There he is, Kingfish.
Something wrong, Stevens?
Oh, no. I just slipped off my chair. I guess the seat of my trousers was shinier than I thought they was.
Would you people like to listen to the radio or talk or what?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing like a little game of cards.
Oh, yes, we love to play cards.
Well, we haven't played in such a long time.
Yeah, and besides, we don't have no cards.
Well, I can run over to our place and get some cards.
Oh, never mind, honey. Look here. I just happen to have a deck on me.
Well, I'll go get a couple of chairs and move them up to the table.
Uh-oh. Kingfish, you hear that? The last time I played cards with a fellow just happened to have a deck on him, I went home in a barrel.
Oh, that's right. Now, you sit here, Mrs. Jackson. I'll sit here. Andy, you sit over there.
Well, here we are now. What do you say? Shall we make it a little penny ante with a quarter limit?
No, now, wait a minute, Sheriff. We never play for money here. We usually just play for matchsticks. The last time we played, we was left without a match in the house. I'd light my cigar from the pilot light for 3 days.
Oh, come on, Stevens. It won't hurt. The most you can lose is a couple of dollars.
Oh, yes. I guess it's all right.
Yeah, well, I guess it's all right with me, too.
Fine. Now I'll just shuffle the cards here.
Kingfishers, you got a barrel any place around this house?
Well, here we go. I'll deal out the cards.
Well, I ain't got nothing this hand either.
I pass.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing. Eyes out.
Well, there he is. I got 3 beautiful 10s.
Well, tough luck, Stevens. I have 3 jacks and 2 kings.
That's the third part in a row you done won.
Well, there you are, folks. 3 queens, ace high.
That beat me.
That makes the 12th part you done won.
Well, all I got is these 2 5s.
I ain't got nothing.
Well, I've got a pair of 8s and a pair of 10s. How about you, Mr. Stevens?
Ha, ha, ha! 3 aces. Well, I finally won a pot and the biggest one of the evening.
Darling,
Yes, dear.
do 3 queens and 2 kings mean anything?
Well, now, isn't that funny? The first pot I lose and my wife wins it. It wouldn't happen again in a million years.
I got an idea that it would. Come on in the lodge hall, Ann. I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
What do you think of that Jackson fella that we was with last night and watched him win all the money there?
Oh, boy, don't talk about him to me. That was pretty rough, Kingfish. You know something? I lost $1.89.
You lost $1.89. I lost $8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, I give the man a no-good IOU, but that's beside the point. I think he's a crook.
Yeah. Well, you know, Kingfish, I've been thinking.
Yeah, what you been thinking there, boy?
Well, maybe you was wrong about this Jackson fellow.
Yeah.
The whole thing might be just circumstantial evidence. After all, him and his wife could be lucky at cards.
Yeah.
And then he might have that gun for protection in case his place was ramshackled.
Well, then, maybe you're right about this Jackson fella at that. Thinking over what you're saying there. They could have been borrowing that stuff because they wasn't unpacked, you know.
Yeah, that's right. And another thing, Kingfish. When a fella is a character like you is, and has been living with himself as long as you is, he's just natural suspicious of everybody else.
Yeah, and I believe you're right there. And, well, I know you're right, boy, and it's a weight off my mind knowing that Mr. Jackson ain't no crook. Sure, just because he got flat ears, that don't make him no criminal.
No, that's right, Kingfish.
Oh, Andy, look at you. You got flat ears from sleeping in your derby. I know what you...
Is that you, George?
Yeah. Say, what's wrong with you and your mama there? I ain't never seen such faces. You look like a couple of vultures waiting for something to drop dead.
Oh, George, something terrible done happened. Mama done got her $1,200 pearl necklace out of the vault, and she had it on the coffee table an hour ago. And when we went to look for it, it was gone.
Oh, my beautiful necklace. My beautiful necklace.
Wait a minute. Now, tell me something. By any chance, was the Jacksons over here today?
Why, yes, they was here about a half hour ago. We all had a cup of coffee together.
Yeah.
George, what's wrong?
Honey, I think I can get that necklace back for you. Now, let's see.
Oh, my beautiful necklace. I can't stand it. I tell you, I just can't stand it. I can't.
Listen, Sapphire, while I was trying to think of a way out of this mess, will you please tell your mama to stop carrying on like Betty Davis? Now,
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist.
If I told you I could sell you a product that would serve as a refreshing mouthwash, a soothing gargle, a dependable breath deodorant, and a general household antiseptic, What would you say?
I'd say it'd have to be mighty good.
And it is, ma'am, because it's Rexall MI-31.
MI-31? Why is it called that?
Because that's the designation of a special antiseptic formula. A formula so carefully balanced that it kills contacted germs almost instantly when used full strength. Yet it won't harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. And that's why tangy, amber-colored MI-31 has so many different uses. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of MI-31 at the same price as other leading antiseptics of smaller quantity.
Let me have that name once more.
MI-31. You'll find it at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
That's the whole story, and that's why I come over to see you, Calhoun. I needs advice.
So, you think them Jacksons is the one that topped your mother-in-law's necklace?
Yeah, now, how can I get the thing back without causing no trouble?
Well, now, there ain't no sense in getting the police in on this unless you has to, because, you see... Wait a minute here. I got a great idea.
Good.
A great idea. I will go up there and throw a scare into this boy. I will tell him I know he got the necklace, and I will tell him the smart thing to do is to hand it over. If he don't, they're going to be big trouble. That's my idea.
But the only thing, Calhoun, this boy carry a gun.
I get some pretty crummy ideas, don't I?
Now, listen, Calhoun. I want to make sure of my ground before I go to the police.
Well, now, let's see here. Let's see. Well, the thing to do is wait till them Jacksons is out and then go up there and search their apartment.
Yeah, search their apartment.
Yeah.
And I'll get Andy to help me. You know, Calhoun, you wouldn't think that people that live next door to you, people that you has been neighborly and generous to, could do a thing like that to you.
Well, that's the way it is in life, Kingfish. We're always being betrayed by our friends. Why, look back at history. Look at that great Chinese warrior, Chung Lo. He was captured by his boyhood friend, Genghis Khan. And Genghis put his old pal to the torture.
He did, huh?
Yeah, he put them big iron Chinese boots with the spikes in them on both of Ching Lo's feet. And then Genghis turned the screws tighter and tighter and tighter.
Holy mackerel.
And it was then that poor Chung Lo looked his friend Genghis in the eye and uttered them immortal words, "Eh hung me Chung Kong Ling Ko Yamachawa."
What does that mean?
These shoes is killing me.
Well, Andy, this is the Jackson's back door. Yeah, and it's dark up here, too. Say, is you sure the three of them is out? Him, her, and that 45? Yeah, they is out, Andy. And he ain't home, I know, and she went to the movies. Yeah, well, how we getting in here? Well, Andy, all these back doors has got glass transoms. Now, I'll boost you up, and you look through the glass and get the lay of the land in there. Yeah, okay. Okay, Kingfish. Get set. All right, now let me brace my leg, yep. That's it. And put one foot on my knee there, that's it. Okay. And put the other foot in my hand, yep. All right, here we go up. 1, 2. All right, come on up. Get up there. On my shoulders now. That's it. Stand up there. I got you. Hi there. I was up there, Kingfish. Can you see anything through the transom? No, I can't see a thing. Well, get your nose right up to the transom and peek through it. Yeah, well, I'm peeking, but I still can't see nothing. Shade your eyes. Maybe the reflection is blinding you. It's still no good, Kingfish. But listen, I think I know why I can't see nothing through this transom. Why not? It's a wooden transom. Oh, come on down, stupid. Get down on the ground. Andy, look here. We has got to figure some way to get into this apartment. Yeah. Let me try the door here. Look at that. The door was open all the time. Come on, Andy. Now, I wonder for what reason anybody would leave the door open. Kingfish, I think we come face to face with a reason. This is one of the nastiest reasons. I done seen it in a long time. Yeah, I forgot about him, Andy, but it's all right. He knows me. And besides, these German shepherds is used to handling sheep. Everybody knows they're gentle. We know he's supposed to be gentle, and the sheep knows it. It's supposed to be gentle, but I don't think the dog knows it. Kingfish, we ain't never going to get to search this apartment with this monster on guard.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. Maybe we can make friends with him. I done read in a book once that with a strange dog, the best way to make friends with him is to get down on your all fours and do just what he does.
Well, do that, Kingfish. Go ahead.
All right. Everything he do, I gonna do. Well, I down on my own all fours here. He growls, so I'll growl. Yeah. Look at that. Well, he's panting, so I'll pant. Yeah. See there? I'm doing fine, ain't it?
What you gonna do now, Kingfish? The dog's wagging his tail.
Andy, look. Look at that, Andy. We winning the dog over. He want to be friendly. Yeah. Listen, Andy. Tell you what. You sit here in the dark and play with him, and I'll go in and search the apartment. Now, whatever he does, you do.
Yeah, okay. Here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here. Now, hurry up, Kingfish. He might be friendly, but he's still looking at me like I was a soup bone.
Oh, me. I done pulled every drawer in the place out. Wait a minute. What's this? A jewelry box. Let me turn the light on you. Holy mackerel, there's a lot of stuff in there. These people must be jewel thieves. And look at there. Here on top, there's Mama's pearl necklace. You take that. I better turn the lights out and get out of here.
Oh, you back, Kingfish?
Yes, Andy. And I found the pearl necklace. Come on, Andy, let's get out of here. Andy, what is the dog crying about?
Well, while you were searching the apartment, he done bit me, so I done what you said. I done bit him back.
Duffy, home. I got some great news for you. Where's your mama?
Oh, she's in the bedroom, George. She's so happy.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but the thing that I want to...
Right after you left, George, she found her pearl necklace in her old alligator suitcase.
Yeah, well, that's what what's this the old alligator found? What is that?
She found a necklace. It was in her suitcase all the time. Ain't that wonderful news?
Honey, I'm going out.
Why, George, it's almost supper time. When will you be back?
With good behavior in about 5 years.
Yes, Amos, that's the whole story.
Oh, me, Andy, I ain't never heard of nothing like this before.
Well, it's the Kingfisher's fault for getting superstitious, everybody.
Yeah, but what in the world has he done with the necklace he took out of the Jackson's apartment?
Well, there wasn't no way he can put it back, so the first thing this morning, he's taking it down to the police station and saying he found it on the street.
Yeah, well, I guess that's about all he can do.
Oh, yeah. That way, the police will never think he had nothing to do with taking it out of there. They'll think the real crook dropped it.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, yeah, I tell you, Amos, when it comes to getting out of a jam, they don't come no smarter than that Kingfish. No wonder his head ain't got no hair on it. It's all brain, you know that?
Are you sure the story you're telling me about the necklace is true?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Officer. I just happened to find it over on the street by the river.
Well, do you happen to know that the Jackson's apartment up on 134th Street was robbed last night, and a necklace fitting this description was stolen?
No, sir, no, sir. Like I've been telling you, my name is Wilbur J. Thompson, and I just got in from Kansas City last night, and I don't know no Jackson. I don't know nobody in town.
Well, I guess you're telling us the truth. You just step in the next room with me. I'll just turn the necklace over to the lieutenant. You can go on about your business.
Oh, fine.
Oh, Lieutenant, this is Mr. Wilbur J. Thompson, the man who found the necklace.
Well, Mr. Thompson. Stevens, my neighbor.
Mr. Jackson, oh, no.
So you're the one who broke into my apartment. Lock him up, Thorndike.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Are you looking for better, more complete relief from colds? Then here's your answer. Rexall Anapac. Why? Because Anapac combines a well-known antihistamine with time-tested pain relievers known as APC compound. That way, you not only get quick relief from cold symptoms, but you also get it from muscular aches, soreness, and fever that usually accompany a cold. If a cold is making you miserable, start tonight taking Anapac as directed on the label. That's ANAPAC. Anapac at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to visit your friendly Rexall drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
For the 1 woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
there's Caranome hand cream. Yes, like all of Caranome's specially designed beauty aids, it's hypoallergenic, pure, mild, safe for most sensitive skins. It softens, beautifies, protects. Try Caranome hand cream.
As advertised in Vogue, Ladies' Home Journal, Woman's Home Companion, McCall's, and sold at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us next Sunday at the same time when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Stay tuned for the Edgar Berg and Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, Hans Conried, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, tonight Gracie is flying down to New Orleans, where she will be the guest of honor at the Fête du Chapeau, a festival of hats where the country's leading millinery designers will exhibit their loveliest creations, all in the interest of charity. We find Gracie excitedly packing for her trip as George says,
Gracie, do you need 6 bags? You'll only be in New Orleans 3 days.
Well, 4 of the bags are empty, George. I'll need those to bring back the new hats I buy. Huh?
Gracie, you're not going to New Orleans to buy hats.
Oh, but people will expect me to because I'm married to such a famous, successful man. Such a famous, successful, talented man. Handsome. Generous. No hats.
No hats, no. Gracie, you got a whole closet full that you've barely worn.
Oh, those old relics I bought last week. I should think you'd be ashamed to walk down the street with the way people talk about my old hats.
People talk?
Yeah, just yesterday I was walking along with you and I heard several people say, look at that beat-up old relic Gracie Allen stuck with.
Maybe they didn't mean your hat.
Then what were they calling an old relic?
You got me on a technicality. But you can still forget the new hats. When you leave here, I'll give you just enough money for your airplane ticket and expenses.
Ah, dear. I wish you could go with me.
I wish I could, too, honey.
Since you can't go, let me take something of yours along to remind me of you.
Oh, that's sweet, Gracie. What would you like?
Your billfold.
I thought you were going to get sentimental.
Oh, I was, darling. And to prove it, you can keep the billfold. Just let me take the pictures of it. Huh?
You mean it? Just the pictures?
Yeah, those little green pictures of Washington and Lincoln.
Finish packing your bag. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Dr. Miller.
Hi, Doctor.
Gracie, my wife tells me that you're flying to New Orleans tonight to be guest of honor at the Fête du Chapeau.
Oh, that's right, Doctor. The Fête du Chapeau. I wonder what that means.
Well, translated literally, it means feast of cats.
I'm going to eat them?
No, Gracie. Your menu in New Orleans will undoubtedly feature fish, the favorite item of diet there. Incidentally, fish is considered brain food.
Eat heartily, Gracie. And without ketchup. Eat it straight.
You see, New Orleans is ideally situated for fishing of all types. There's the ocean, the rivers, and the tributaries, or as the French say, bayous.
Oh, I love those French words. Judge, let's hear you say bayou.
Bayou.
I say a chapeau.
A chapeau.
Say them together.
Bayou a chapeau. Put my foot in it, didn't I?
Thank you, dear, I will.
Oh, no, you won't. Back to that again. We've been having quite a fight, Doctor, because Gracie wants to buy hats while she's there.
Oh, you know, George, if my training as a psychiatrist has done nothing else, it's taught me how to reason with that wife of mine.
Really?
Yeah, she wanted Gracie to bring a new hat back for her.
So how did you handle it, Doc?
Well, first I pointed out the psychological disadvantages of a new hat. It was nothing but an attempt at escapism, sure sign of an inferiority complex.
Is that so?
Yeah, then I concluded my argument with a dissertation upon the value of sunlight to the human scalp.
Right. Now everything is settled, then.
Absolutely. Here's the money, Gracie. Bring my wife a new hat.
Doc, you're a sucker. Gracie still doesn't get a new hat.
I guess the only thing I'll get in New Orleans is a southern accent.
You won't pick up a southern accent in 3 days.
How much you all want to bet, honey child?
I guess you will. Come in. Howdy, folks.
Hello, Mr. Judson.
Doc, you've met the fabulous Texas oil man, haven't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, Doc. Say, why all the suitcases?
Oh, I'm taking a trip, Mr. Judson, to one of the most glamorous, colorful, gay, and romantic spots in the world.
Well, what part of Texas you going to?
Oh, I'm going to New Orleans.
I don't recollect it. Must be one of the smaller Texas towns.
Mr. Judson, haven't you got maps where you come from?
Of course we got maps. They show the North Pole on the north, the South Pole on the south.
What's in between?
Texas.
New Orleans is in another state, Mr. Judson, but we do go through Texas. In fact, the plane lands in Fort Worth for a few minutes.
You mean the plane lands in Texas and then leaves?
Yes.
Well, now I know why they got 4 motors. They need all that power to drag them unwilling people away.
Well, while I'm there, I'll breathe in all the air I can. Now, if you gentlemen will pardon me, I have to pack my cosmetics bag.
Say, fellas, let's get up a little poker game for tonight. Why, that's a right pleasurable idea.
Count me in.
And I'll call Bill Goodwin. Yeah. Say, but don't invite that Meredith Wilson again. He don't know nothing about poker. That's right. It's unfair to put Meredith in the middle of a bunch of expert card players.
Not only that, he always wins our money.
Yes. Speaking of money, Mr. Judson, our game is strictly penny-handy, so forget you're wealthy. Wealthy? I only got $31 million. I thought it was $30 million. Yeah, well, now, I just got a letter from my wife. She's in a state of bliss. She is? Yeah, Texas. Well, now, this letter said we had little hard luck down home. My wife was walking across the backyard, one of her long French heels sunk in a soft spot, and up come another darned oil well.
You refer to that as hard luck?
It busted the heel off in her Sunday shoe. I got a brother in Akron who'll be glad to fix it for $30,000. He'll use real leather. Say, fellas, while you're both here, will you help me carry Gracie's bags out to the car?
Oh, of course.
Woo! Them is sure pretty bags. Thank you. Picked them out myself.
Well, here's my cosmetic case, George. That's everything.
Say, little lady, where did your husband get them bags?
From Worry, but they don't show with his glasses on.
From Worry, but... Oh, I like your sense of humor, ma'am.
Wabash Moon. And you're right on the beam, Meredith. What with that bright full moon hanging in the sky these nights.
You know, Toby, the music files are crammed with grand songs inspired by that big silvery old orb.
Indeed they are. But this particular song is also a warm tribute to the Wabash River and the friendly state of Indiana. Yes, the Hoosier State is a great part of our country, typical of the entire Midwest. With its fertile rolling farmlands, tree-shaded riverbanks, and a tradition of generous hospitality that makes this region famous as a friendly, genial part of our American scene. And just as much a part of our country's tradition of friendly hospitality is the serving of the favorite brand of coffee on the American scene, Maxwell House. For we Americans love good coffee, which makes this fact significant. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. The reason for this nationwide preference is simple. It's flavor. That mellow, good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor you can credit to the skilled blending of these premium coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. And Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All painstakingly combined in a truly great blend, radiant roasted to flavor perfection. And brought to you roaster fresh 2 ways, either in the familiar blue tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. Friends, tomorrow why don't you enjoy America's favorite brand of coffee? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Meredith.
Oh, hi, Mary. Say, I noticed Dr. Miller and Mr. Judson carrying out a lot of suitcases. I'll wager someone's going on a trip.
No. They're taking the suitcases out for war. They're not housebroken.
Oh, Meredith, he's only teasing you. I'm going down to New Orleans for a few days.
New Orleans? Oh, splendid.
And while I'm gone, I hope you'll keep George company and see that he has a good time.
I'll deem it a veritable pleasure.
Well said.
George, tomorrow night, how would you like to attend a meeting in my club? The Pasadena chapter of the Society for the Advancement of Flute Playing and Bird Stuffing.
No, thanks. I couldn't stand the excitement.
Well, will you two boys excuse me? I have some last-minute things to see to.
Certainly, Gracie. Really, George, I'm sure you'd find my club quite interesting. We have one talented member who can play the flute while stuffing a turtle dove.
Well, it's tempting, you know. Continue talking.
Well, to achieve this remarkable feat, he fills his mouth with sawdust, sticks his flute down the turtle dove's throat, and blows humoresque and sawdust at the same time.
Look, Meredith, don't worry about me having a good time. I've got plans. That reminds me. I got to make a phone call.
Hello, Dimples Goodwin speaking. If you want a date, honey, I'm all booked up till 1950.
Take it easy, Dimples. This is George Burns.
Oh, hello, George. Pardon my natural mistake.
Sure. Look, Gracie is going out of town, and I thought we might get together tonight.
Oh, you mean a poker game?
Yeah.
Oh, count me in.
Swell. See you tonight. So long, Dimples.
So long, Wrinkles.
Excuse me, Meredith. I've got something to do in the den.
Gee, Gracie was afraid George would be lonesome while she was gone. I must tell her the good news about his girlfriend, Dimples.
called a girl named Dimples? Oh, Meredith, this is terrible.
It is? Well, I thought you'd be delighted that he had arranged to banish dull care.
Oh, not with another woman, Meredith. Oh, but I might have known. All men are exactly alike.
Well, some are taller than others.
I mean, men are no good. You show me a bad husband, and what'll he be every time? A man.
By Jove, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right.
Well, that's life.
What's life?
That.
Oh, that's life.
Yeah. Remember what Shakespeare said?
Yeah. And remember what Benjamin Franklin said.
What did Franklin say?
I don't know. What did Shakespeare say?
I don't know. But whatever they said was right because they were very smart men.
Yes. Too bad they're dead.
Well, that's life.
What's life?
That.
Gee, I love these deep discussions.
Me too. But it's so seldom I find someone who's my mental equal.
Me too.
But Meredith, this is a time for action. I've got to win George back from that gold digger Dimples.
Well, Gracie, how do you know she's a gold digger? Maybe she's attracted to George just because of his tremendous sex appeal.
Yeah. Oh. You're cute.
Thanks.
Meredith, I'm going to fight fire with fire. So George likes gold diggers, huh? Well, here goes gold grabbing Gracie.
Yeah, Gracie? What do you want?
Everything you got, golden boy.
Golden boy?
You're my 24-carat daddy, and I'm going to melt you down.
I don't understand you.
You don't have to dig me, Daddy. I'm going to dig you. Open your mouth. I want to see your inlays.
What for?
I'm panning for gold, and your pan is loaded with it.
Gracie,
I know I can take you because I'm gold-grabbing Gracie, the Yukon kid.
Yukon?
Darn right I can.
Oh, stop playing. I haven't got any gold.
I'll take anything you got. Give me your insurance money.
You can't get my insurance. I'm not dead.
And give me a kiss.
That'll give you.
You know something? I can get your insurance.
Come on, get out of here.
Did your gold digging win him back, Gracie?
No, Meredith, he doesn't seem to go for that type. So I guess Dimples isn't a gold digger.
Perhaps she's the beautiful but dumb type.
Oh, I don't think George would be interested in a dumb girl. Still, he might. Maybe he's tired of my type.
Well, it's worth a try to win him back.
I'll do it, Meredith. If he likes them dumb, I'll go in there and pretend to be dumb. This will take some acting.
You again? Look, Gracie, I'm worried about you. You don't seem normal. What's wrong? Oh, thank goodness you're normal again.
I'm not normal. I'm acting. I thought you'd love me if I was dumb.
I do.
But not as much as you love Dimples.
Dimples?
The girl you're going to see while I'm in New Orleans.
Gracie, Dimples is Bill Goodwin.
Oh, come now. Why would anyone call him that?
Because he's got dimples.
He's got a head, too, but they don't call him Hetty.
Look, Gracie.
He's got feet, but they don't call him Tootsie.
Bill has got a lot of girlfriends, and they call him Dimples.
He's got a lot of fans, too, and they don't call him Fanny.
Well, what's the use? I'll call him up and have him explain.
Well, that's the way it goes. Man meets a beautiful, seductive girl with a lovely face and a gorgeous figure, and what does he do? He leaves her for somebody named Dimples.
Here's where
Meredith Wilson and his orchestra playing a tune known as Civilization or Bongo Bongo.
Bill Goodwin is on his way over. He'll tell you he's the Dimples I talked to on the phone.
Oh, a likely story. Well, I won't be here. I'll be in New Orleans. Meredith is waiting to take me to the airport.
Gracie, will you wait?
On one side, you Townsend Plan Timberwolf. And stop growling at me.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh.
Thank goodness. Come in.
Hi, Burnses. Hey, George, why the hurry-up call?
Bill, Gracie doesn't know who Dimples is.
Oh, yes, I do. Dimples is an irresistible blonde heartbreaker with the most terrific figure in Hollywood.
And you said she didn't know who Dimples is.
Look, Bill.
Oh, Bill, George lied to me. He's living a double life.
Gracie, George is barely living a single life.
Look, comic.
I just can't believe that George would tell a lie. He was named after George Washington.
Shortly after, I'd say.
Look, comedian.
You don't understand, Bill. George is fickle.
Fickle?
Yes, I thought he had only one true love, but while I'm gone, he's planning to... Oh, I can't say it, Bill.
Well, you don't have to, Gracie. Only one thing could break you up like this. George is planning to taste coffee that isn't Maxwell House.
Bill.
Don't touch me, you cad. Don't you know that Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy?
Bill, I would never drink anything else but Maxwell House.
Oh, that's right, Bill. I meant that George is carrying on with another girl.
Oh, well, thank goodness it wasn't another coffee. George knows that with more than 1,000 brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Yes, I know that, Bill. But for heaven's sake, tell Gracie that's your Dimples. Please.
Gracie, my Dimples, please.
No. That's...
Oh, yes, especially when I smile.
Oh.
And I always smile when I talk about Maxwell House. Now, watch.
Yes.
Maxwell House comes to you roaster fresh 2 ways now. In the familiar blue vacuum tin or in the new ultra vacuum glass jar. Who's that?
That's Meredith.
Gee, his flute playing has improved.
Well, I'm off to New Orleans.
Wait. Bill, don't let her go until you've straightened this out. Who's Dimples? Please.
Well, mine do. I told you that.
She's gone. Quick. We'll get into your car and chase her to the airport.
Well, George, my car's at the garage getting Carmen removed.
Carmen? You mean Carbon?
No, this is a girl named Carmen. She refused to get out.
Come on, we'll grab a taxi. We've got to catch Gracie.
Okay. Step on it, driver.
Yeah. We've got to get to the airport before my wife takes off for New Orleans.
Don't worry, Mr. Burns. I'll get you there.
Good. How did you know my name was Mr... Oh, no. No, it's you again. The guy with the terrible temper.
No longer, Mr. Burns. I did get upset by the other jobs I had, but driving a taxi has settled me like a dose of bicarb.
I hope so.
I'm so happy with this job.
Well, good. Now, just get us to the airport.
Driving a taxi is very instructive, too. For example, the other night I picked up your friend, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, say, that's right. I remember you now. What was instructive about picking me up?
I have a mirror up here, and you had a girl back there.
Oh, I see.
I'm so happy with this.
The airport. Hurry.
Oh, I won't fail you. I'll whiz around the corner.
Yeah, go fast.
I'll weave in and out of the traffic.
Weave in, yes.
I'll even go through red lights.
Right through.
I'm so happy with this job.
Good. Just keep weaving.
I'll get you there as
Right
sure as...
Through the corners.
Wait a minute.
What? Something happened? Why are you stopping?
If I go through a red light, a cop might catch me.
I'm dead.
He'll make me stop, and you'll get impatient.
No, I won't.
You'll give him an argument.
Honest,
You'll start yelling at each other.
keep going.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Says you. Says you. Hey, your father's mustache. You can't talk that way to a policeman.
I didn't say
He pulled you out of the cab.
No.
No. He arrested you for striking an officer.
I didn't.
Well, the cab company can't make me turn a man into a criminal.
But I
I'll
didn't.
quit this stinking job.
To the airport.
And ruin your whole life? Never. I'll wreck this cab.
No.
I'll smash the windshield.
No. Step on the gas.
I'll get out and punch her all the time.
Let's go. We've been.
No. And that's the last. There. I saved you from prison. Bye.
Well, if this isn't a pretty mess.
What are you kicking about, George? He made you a celebrity.
Huh?
Now you're the walking man. Let's go.
American Airlines Flight number 312 departing in 3 minutes for Fort Worth with connections to New Orleans. Passengers now loading at Gate 3.
Gracie, wait a minute. We hitchhiked all the way over here to explain things.
Yeah, Gracie, I pulled up my pants leg and an old maid picked us up.
I have nothing to say to you, wolves.
But, Gracie, I can't let you go like this.
Oh, don't worry about me, George. Two can play at this butterfly game. I'll have fun in New Orleans. I'll sew a few wild stitches, too.
But look,
I can see myself now, sitting at a bar, smoking a julep. And sipping a tall, cool Creole.
Creole? I've never had that drink.
Munching on a bag of octoroons.
Look, Gracie, you've got to...
And now and then, just for laughs, I'll give myself a hot foot.
A hot foot?
I'll burn my sandal at both ends. I'll be the belle of New Orleans, and then when I'm no longer a raving beauty, say in 50 or 60 years, I'll throw myself in Canal Street and drown. And they'll bury me in Pettersfield.
Pottersfield.
Pettersfield. I've really lived. And besides, what do you care? You don't love me. That's why you wouldn't give me money for hats. You want to spend it all on your girlfriend, Dimples.
There is no girl named Dimples. To prove it to you, you can have all my money. Here's $65. Every bill that's in my wallet.
Got any change?
Yes, here. You can have it all. 54 cents.
I still hear a jingle in your pocket.
That's my keys.
Well, hand them over. I'll huck them.
Well, now will you believe that Bill Goodwin is Dimples?
Well, sure. I believed it the first time you told me.
Why all the fuss? What did you do it for?
$65.54.
Oh, to get the hat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President has designated March as Red Cross Month. This is the one time in the entire year the Red Cross turns to you for help. Yet every day in the year, the Red Cross serves the people through prompt relief in time of disaster, through the National Blood and Plasma Program, and through services to hospitalized veterans and countless other activities.
The needs of the 1948 Red Cross Fund are set at $75 million. So remember, it is only your contributions that make the work of the Red Cross possible. Give generously. Gracie, be sure to get back from New Orleans in time for our next Thursday show. Our guest is going to be Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor? Eddie Cantor? Oh, Ida's husband.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.